Yo, what up?
Baby, are we on the farm? Are we on the farm? Because we are milking the hell out of Andrew and Tristan Tate right now. And to be honest with you, the news that keeps coming out of the brand new litigation that keeps coming out, we can't leave the brand new litigation on the desk collecting dust. We have to go through the litigation. So we might be on the farm milking Andrew and Tristan Tate, but damn, this milk tastes good. Hey guys, it's Marab Marali. Hopefully you guys are all doing well today. Daily and consistent content. Let's get straight into this brand new litigation that just keeps on dropping. And this has got nothing to do.
We're probably going to do Battletoads runs later. I really want to get that game out of the way. That has been nagging at my mind for a while.
With a criminal case, this is a civil lawsuit that, you know, the Florida woman, the Jane Doe, where, you know.
Oh yeah, dude. Chris Benoit would have absolutely had a better defense.
How is that young nigger Julian from Diamond Gym bigger and stronger than you despite being natty and supposedly training at the worst gym on earth?
Julian, he's not bigger than me, he's not stronger than me. And he's also literally retarded. Thanks, 21st. Looking forward to Battletoads runs, sure you are. Thanks, dude. Yeah, Chris Benoit would have had a better defense, but nobody defends him, and there's one simple reason for that. He's not a pretty white girl. So if you're a pretty white girl, you could, like, literally do the worst things imaginable. Like, kill your own children for no reason. And yeah, people will still defend you. It's fucking retarded.
Andrew wanted to sue her. She counterclaimed. The judge, of course, you know, overruled and wants discovery to basically take place. If you guys remember, I spoke about it. A Florida judge overruled Andrew and Tristan Tate's discovery objections and ordered them to comply with Jane Doe's discovery requests. Well, now there seems to be emergency circumstances that have taken place, or that is what the lawyers for Andrew and Tristan Tate are stating, and they don't want this discovery, guys. So let's go through these new litigation documents that have dropped in the docket. Plaintiffs, counter defendants Andrew and Tristan Tate by and through undesigned counsel move on an expedited basis for an order continuing the special set hearing presently scheduled for Friday, August 21st, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. on plaintiff's motion to dismiss counter plaintiff's Jane Doe's second amended counterclaim. Good cause exists because both of plaintiff's counsel responsible for preparing and presenting the motion are presently obligated to engage in motion response in a federal court urgent criminal matter involving the same plaintiffs and state as follows. Number one, this hearing was originally special.
Last year, she woke him up with a surprise in the morning.
Hey guys, I'm Michelle from China. Welcome back to another YouTube video. Today I'm going to talk about my grandma again. I feel like I talk about my grandma a lot. I guess that's because she's like probably my closest friend. I literally talk to her every day. She's like the only person I talk to in Australia every day. I call her every day on WeChat. So yeah, I'm back in China now, and she actually recently had spinal surgery to get like some disc replacement. She got 2 discs replaced, and I remember she was in the hospital, and I'd go there every day almost, except one day, to visit her and, you know, learn how to do the brace. I was there before the surgery as well, and now she's back home, right? So I remember riding there and kind of like getting mad sometimes, like not mad, but like pissed off, like, oh my gosh, I have to, what a chore, I have to go see her today because she's like probably waiting for me, or my mom is just waiting to see, testing me to see if I would go to see my grandma, like unprompted, right? They'd be like, oh my gosh, look, I have to, size 14 years old, had the things mindset to have, because I have to give care for the people you have in your.
I don't know why you sent that to me.
Hey guys, I'm Michelle from China. Today I'm doing a prank video. I'm going to prank Coach Trevor. tomorrow's his birthday, 23rd of August. Today's the 22nd of August. And I'm going to pretend that I forgot his birthday, which day it is exactly. So I'm gonna get Oreos and soy milk, and I'm gonna make him a birthday cake. And I'm gonna give it to him and say, oh, since today's your birthday, da 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 da. And we'll see his reaction. I don't know how he's gonna react, but so far.
You know, with the amount of women defending that crazy bitch who killed her kids, really makes you wonder how many fucking women have come close to actually murdering their own children. Because if they can sympathize with something like that, that ought to tell you, oh, they were thinking about it too.
In our whole relationship, I've been pretending that I don't know his birthday. Like, I always say, oh yeah, it's July, it's this and that. So yeah, push it down to today, 22nd. So I'm gonna have to tell him, since today is your birthday, I made you a cake. But yeah, there's no oven. I'm gonna make it in the microwave. I'm gonna show you how I'm gonna make it. So also, vegan Oreo cake recipe, 2 ingredients. Let's go. I put 5 Oreos in a bowl, okay, all vegan. I start crushing it up and I realized I can just put soy milk and the cookie will start melting. I put 5 tablespoons of soy milk and then added a tablespoon of extra sugar, and I put 1 strawberry Oreo, also vegan, in the middle for love. And made sure I centered it, kind of cleaned the edges of the bowl, and then microwaved it for 1 minute on medium heat. Heavy on
The fuck?
the carb every day: rice, corn, beans, bread.
That looks kind of horrible.
Would you date a bisexual woman? Also, what are your best pickup lines? And if a conversation with a cute girl runs dry, how do you save it?
Yeah, I'd be fine with dating somebody who's bisexual. I don't care. I don't really need pickup lines, and if a conversation runs dry, then you probably don't get along well together, so why would you bother talking to them anymore? Thanks, dude.
And yet they're the ones that force their husbands to have children anyway, so why do they do that if they don't want children after a few years anyway?
You know, women. Thanks, Dodo.
Especially set for plaintiff's motion to dismiss counter plaintiff's Jane Doe's Second Amendment. However, due to unanticipated involvement of the plaintiffs in this case in an unrelated federal court criminal bail hearing, counsel Thomas and Joseph McBride, the counsel responsible for preparing and arguing the instant motion, were required to appear for an afternoon bail hearing on August 13th. This conflict created the need for the continuance of the prior hearing, basically explaining, for why there was past delays. And it continues. It is impossible for plaintiff's counsel Thomas and McBride, both of whom are involved in the prep.
Many cases of SIDS were just women getting drunk and smothering their kids. They're afraid of accountability, not the actual harm done to their children. Pretty much. Dodo, let me see. Wow. They're very still.
I can't believe some idiot just said Julian Desanou is bigger and stronger than you. Ha 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 ha. What a dipshit.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, dude. Bro, I just started taking T3. I am warm for a change. Like, whoa. This is different. I am not cold. Wonder what cats are thinking when they're doing that. The story's so weird, VG. Watch the whole thing, no skipping. Probably gonna
The
not
target
watch it.
of a recent bomb attack in Monaco tells CNN that rogue Ukrainian intelligence agents may have been paid to assassinate him in the wealthy Mediterranean tax haven. Vadim Yermolayev survived the powerful blast in June, which also seriously injured his partner and a child. Speaking in his first television interview since then, he is now calling on the authorities in Kyiv to step.
I looked at a fair bit of research on T3. It's really, really benign. They actually use very high dose T3 to help treat treatment-resistant depression. I've seen doses, I think, as high as like 400. I think it's 400 micrograms a day, which is like crazy. And you don't see the typical, symptoms that people worry about with high T3, like, irregular heartbeats, arrhythmias, stuff like that. So T3 is pretty safe. The only issue with it is if you're exercising a lot and you're on a high dose and you're not eating properly, and especially if you're not taking steroids along with it, can cause loss of muscle mass. But yeah, assuming you're not getting any side effects from it, like the irregular heartbeats and crap, it's totally fine. Yeah, I'm on Melanotan.
I never said Julian Dessina, whoever the fuck that is bigger than Richard. I said that young nigger, Julian Fitzgerald, is bigger and stronger than Rich. To the point everyone calls him a fake natty.
People call him a fake natty because they're retarded. He looks completely natural. He has really good arms, but he looks totally natural. He does have like crazy arm development, but yeah, the guy just looks natural. You can just tell, like, if he was on anabolics, he'd have bigger shoulders, his traps would be more developed. He'd probably also have like wider lats and everything too. Probably also have more forearm development. Like, there's a look that steroids give you where you just can't have that as a natural. Like, he's got great genetics, obviously, and he looks really good for a natty, but yeah, he's just clearly natural. And yeah, he's smaller than me and weaker than me. Thanks, 21st.
Step up their investigation. Matthew Chance has this exclusive report.
It's a super glamorous playground for the super rich. One of the world's tiniest nations, Monaco promotes itself as a haven of wealth and tranquility on the picturesque
A lot of rich people go here because they don't have to pay taxes.
shores of the Mediterranean. But one evening in June, as a Ukrainian-born businessman walked home with his family, that carefully manicured image.
Wow, bro. Getting dark. Soon you might surpass the level of African Americanity of Big Lenny. Contrats. As a side note, looking huge. Nice work.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Melanotan works and steroids work. Thanks, Jake.
Of security and calm was shattered, plunging the principality into violence and chaos. Well, this is the tarp here. You can see the marble steps and the brickwork.
Anna lying on the steps with badly injured. When the explosion went off, I saw my partner Anna lying on the steps with badly injured legs. My son was waving his bloodied arms, and I had burns across my whole body and was missing pieces of flesh. I'm not a confrontational person. I've always tried to avoid any sharp conflicts, so I don't understand the reason why this happened.
There's a suggestion in Ukraine, and there are reports in Ukraine, that this assassination attempt...
Well, DNP is beyond stupid. You've got Retta, you've got T3, you've got clenbuterol.
Call me Tony the Testosterone Tiger cause I feel GGG reet. Pinned yesterday 3rd week, and today I did a 2-hour boxing training, then 2 more hours alone on the heavy bag. Not tired at all. I love my test, I give it kisses mwah mwah mwah, I love you test.
Yeah, testosterone's great. Yeah, it definitely makes you feel like you're functioning the way you should be. Thanks, Tofu Test God.
Swole, thanks for being big for the vegans and the animals.
I feel like I have to dump her, George. She has a huge Palestine flag hanging in her bedroom, but I am hesitant because she is hot and definitely on the younger side.
Look on the bright side, Jerry. At least she's passionate about boundaries.
Mamdani has completely ruined this city, George. Palestine doesn't exist. Look at them, unemployed and misinformed.
Well, at least they're getting some fresh air, Jer.
The slogan of New York used to be so simple. You step into traffic, it's, hey, I'm walking here. Suddenly now you cross the street and it's Allahu Akbar. I mean, Mayor Mamdani, what is going on? We went from jaywalking to holy war overnight. Is there anything you can do to stop Mamdani?
Oh, come on, Jerry. Embrace the little guy. He's harmless. Look at those chubby cheeks. How can you stay mad at that smile?
So, Mayor Mamdani says he's giving us free buses. Free buses! Have you been on a New York bus lately? It's not public transit, it's a mobile hostage situation. Who wants a free hostage situation?
None of these are funny, but thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Was linked to your involvement, alleged involvement in organised crime. How do you answer that?
I personally have never in my life had anything to do with that. The Monaco police also asked me if my family could be involved, which was almost funny, as everything I own is already registered to my wife and children.
But clearly, someone wanted to send a message. This is the face of the bomber.
Yeah, wasn't she a hired Russian asset?
39-year-old single mother from Ukraine, Anastasia Berezovska. She even recorded herself planting the device in what investigators say was part of a complex international plot they're still trying to unravel.
Well, these narrow, twisting streets snaking through tiny Monaco are some of the most heavily surveilled anywhere in the world. There are more than 1,400 surveillance cameras, basically watching everything anybody does, and a police officer for every 60 residents of the Principality. The bombing appears to have been carefully planned to bypass all of that tight security.
And Monaco's police department is now under intense pressure to understand what went wrong. Multiple theories are being explored, the police chief admitted, though he refused to elaborate or discuss the glaring connections with Ukraine and its security services. But in a Kiev court, those connections have become impossible to ignore. Two men, a serving officer with Ukrainian military intelligence and a former security agent, now stand accused of executing Anastasia Berezovska and burying the Monaco bomber in a shallow grave after she fled home.
Okay, so this is really weird. I heard initially she was a hired Russian asset. So I wonder if some of these people are, like, also assets of Russia, or if this has something, or if, like, it's something else.
For the Ukrainian authorities fighting a bitter war with Russia, it's a potentially embarrassing link that risks straining relations with its European backers. Ukrainian military intelligence say the suspects are just criminals. But fueling speculation, Vadim Yermolayev is sanctioned by Ukraine for doing business with its Russian enemies, though he's ruling out any link to his bombing.
I can't imagine it had anything to do with the Ukrainian sanctions against me, because that would mean us.
Weird. So he might have actually gotten targeted by Ukraine.
State is potentially engaged in extrajudicial executions, and I just can't believe that.
After the bombing, you accused the Ukrainian security services of being behind it. Is that still your view?
That's not just my view. All the facts point to it, but I think this was a contracted hit. Someone privately hired military intelligence specialists who know how to do this, and they took it on for money.
In both Monaco and Kyiv, investigations are now in full swing to uncover the facts.
Dude, that is a nice car. I think it's overpriced.
Investigations
It's funny. That's like the one Ferrari that's higher up on their range that they'll just sell to you.
are now in full swing to uncover the facts, including the possible role of Ukrainian guns for hire or rogue agents, making one of the world's most glamorous enclaves feel a lot less secure. Matthew Chance, CNN Monaco.
That's some crazy
Well, a shocking
shit.
twist in the investigation into a Monaco bombing attack that wounded a Ukrainian businessman. The woman identified by Interpol as the suspect in that bombing has been found shot to death in Ukraine, and authorities say 2 men have been detained in connection with
Yeah, it's got to be a Ukrainian hit.
her murder. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh following the latest developments and filed this report.
The startling, remarkable story of what seemed to be an attempted assassination on a Ukrainian millionaire in the otherwise peaceful and luxurious territory of Monaco has taken yet another remarkable.
Yeah, I've used meditation before. Didn't help that much, you know. But, you know.
This is Dr. Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze the case of Lindsay Clancy? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I will put the link to Patreon in the description for this video. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the alleged crime, then offer
my dream car's the Ariel Atom
analysis. Lindsay Clancy was born in 1990 and was raised in Wallingford, Connecticut. She graduated from high school and later from college. At some point, she found work as a nurse at a hospital in the state of Massachusetts. Lindsay married a man named Patrick Clancy. The couple lived in the town of Duxbury. This is about 43 minutes south of Boston. The couple had 3 children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. In early 2023, Lindsay was 32 years old, Cora was 5, Dawson was 3, and Callan was 8 months old. Now moving to the timeline of the alleged crime. On January 24, 2023, Lindsay Clancy took her daughter to an appointment with a pediatrician. Lindsay left the pediatrician's office and returned home, at which time she played with Cora and Dawson outside in the snow. They built a snowman. Lindsay texted photographs of the children playing to her husband Patrick and to her mother. The content of the messages was not out of the ordinary. At 4:02, Lindsay searched the term Kids Miralax on her cell phone. At 4:13 p.m., Lindsay searched Takeout 3V. She was referring to the 3V restaurant located in Plymouth, Massachusetts, not far from Duxbury. At 4:47 p.m., Lindsay searched for CVS and called CVS in Kingston. She asked the manager if the store carried children's Miralax. At 4:53 p.m., Lindsay sent a text message to Patrick, who at that time was working in the basement of their home. Lindsay asked him if he wanted takeout from 3V. She indicated that she did not cook anything, and it had been a long day. Patrick texted back, yes. At 5:06 p.m., the couple finalized their takeout order. 4 minutes later, Lindsay called the restaurant and placed the order using Patrick's name. At 5:15 p.m., Patrick left to pick up the order and to get the children's medication from CVS. He arrived at CVS at 5:32 p.m. He made his purchase and departed 5 minutes later. He arrived at the 3V restaurant at 5:54 p.m. and picked up the takeout order. What Patrick did not know is, while he was gone, Lindsay allegedly attacked all 3 children by strangling them with exercise bands. Cora and Dawson were killed immediately. Callan was mortally wounded and would die 3 days later. After the alleged attack, Lindsay made her way out of a second-story window and was severely injured upon landing on the ground. Patrick arrived home at 6:09 p.m. He did not see or hear Lindsay or the children. He called Lindsay, but she did not answer her phone. He made his way.
Yeah, this bitch was probably just fed up with her life or something. It's funny, having kids was probably her idea too. Let's have kids, let's start a family, let's have more children, and then like it made her depressed and shit. And then kills her kids and tries to kill herself.
To his bedroom on the second floor and found that the bedroom door was locked. He called 911 at 6:11 p.m. after seeing blood on the floor and noticing that a window was open. While on the phone with the operator, Patrick ran out to the backyard and found his wife on the ground. Lindsay told him that their children were in the basement, which is where Patrick discovered them moments later. Lindsay was transported to a hospital and treated for severe injuries to her spine. She was charged with murder, strangulation or suffocation, and assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. Now moving to my analysis. Lindsay Clancy has retained an attorney who appears to be building a defense based on two ideas. One, Lindsay was given too many medications, and this could have restricted her ability to know the difference between right and wrong.
What a load of horseshit. I've been on all sorts of antidepressants and antipsychotics. They don't make you just murder people.
Wrong. And two, Lindsay may have had postpartum psychosis, which is a rare condition that causes hallucinations and or delusions in women who have recently given birth. Before I analyze the potential culpability in this case,
No VG, she was probably suffering from menstrual cramps or hypothyroid and stress from her hubs and not enough money for her shopping trips, so she was stressed, and you have to be empathetic to that, and she was on her period too.
Yeah, you know, typical bitch excuses. Thanks, Dodo.
Let's take a look at what the research has to say about the type of homicide alleged in this case and the construct of postpartum psychosis. Starting with the homicide, 3% of all homicide arrests in the United States involve parents who killed their children. When a mother commits a crime like the one allegedly committed by Lindsay, the typical profile specifies a woman who is 19 years or younger, poorly educated, and not married. Lindsay does not fit any of those criteria. There are four main motives that drive a crime like this. Altruism. This is when the mother believed that what she did was good for the children. Inconvenience. Here the mother believes that the children have become a burden. Unintentional death. The harm was intentional, but the death was not. And psychosis. This involves a break from reality. What does the research tell us about postpartum psychosis? Psychosis after childbirth is often connected to the construct of postpartum depression. Somewhere between 50 and 80% of new mothers will experience postpartum depression. It is characterized by mood swings, irritability, changes in appetite, feelings of inadequacy, and anxiety concerning the mother's ability to care for her children. Women with postpartum depression often view themselves as bad mothers. About 17% of mothers who suffer from postpartum depression will experience severe depression. On rare occasions, this can include psychotic symptoms and is referred to as postpartum psychosis. Only 0.2% of new mothers will experience postpartum psychosis, so 2 in every 1,000. This condition is considered extremely dangerous because of the disconnection from reality. Mothers with this condition will often have hallucinations, delusions, become disoriented, and have extreme emotional volatility. A child of a mother with untreated postpartum psychosis has about a 4% risk of being murdered in the first year of their life. With this in mind, do I think that Lindsay Clancy is guilty based on the evidence available so far? Let's take a look at the factors both for and against the idea that Lindsay is guilty, starting with the inculpatory factors. There is no question that Lindsay caused the death of her 3 children. Her defense is not disputing this. On January 27, 3 days after the killings, Lindsay signaled for a whiteboard and wrote the question, quote, "Do I need an attorney?" unquote. This indicates an understanding that her behavior was wrong.
Yeah, like, even if you're kind of crazy and having delusions, that doesn't mean you can't recognize that, like, murder is bad and murdering kids is bad.
According to the prosecution, during a mental health evaluation after the incident occurred, Lindsay used her mental health clinician's phone to call her husband, Patrick. Lindsay told Patrick that a voice compelled her to kill. Patrick told the police that his wife had never reported hearing voices before, and she never used the word psychosis. The first time she used the word psychosis was when she was being evaluated by the mental health clinician hired by her defense. Lindsay kept a detailed journal of her daily activities, which included her mental state and medication consumption. The state argued that her writing was clear, precise, and articulate. At no time did she indicate that she was having hallucinations, delusions, or any type of disorder.
She just hated her life and wanted to lash out. That's all there is to it. She's full of shit.
Disordered thoughts or speech. The state contends that Lindsay was assessed not long before the incident, and she did not have postpartum depression, but rather she was diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. The day before the killings, Lindsay recorded an entry in a journal indicating she had a, quote, touch of postpartum anxiety around returning to work, unquote. Lindsay's behavior right before the killings appears to indicate premeditation. She looked up on her phone how long it would take to travel to the restaurant and back to her home, as if she was trying to make sure that Patrick was away from home long enough for her to commit the murders.
Yeah, she was not crazy. She was not suffering psychosis.
Lindsay had ordered from that restaurant before, but typically she ordered takeout from restaurants which were closer. As far as the over-medication theory, Lindsay was never prescribed more than 4 or 5 medications at one time. At the time of the killings, she was only taking 3 different medications. Under the circumstances, that is not a particularly high number of medications to be taking. Moving to the exculpatory factors, Lindsay may have only been taking 3 medications at the time of the killings, but in the past 8 months, she had been on 13 different medications. A few examples: Prozac, Benadryl, Seroquel, amitriptyline, Trazodone, Remeron, Lamictal, Klonopin, Ativan, and Valium. Lindsay made a pronounced effort to address her mental health symptoms after telling her husband she had thoughts about causing harm to her children. This conversation occurred in December 2022. On January 1, 2023, Lindsay checked herself into a mental health facility in Belmont. She was discharged on January 5th.
Yeah, no shit. They're not going to prescribe you Arimidex. Why would they give you Arimidex when there's no indication for you to need it?
5. A few days after returning home, she indicated that she was no longer having the thoughts. It does appear as though Lindsay planned the killings in advance, but she did not plan them far in advance. Perhaps she had a rapid onset of psychotic symptoms. Usually there are a number of warning signs before a person becomes psychotic. However, psychotic features can sometimes affect a person quickly and without any warning. Like one moment they seem fine, and the next moment they are having hallucinations and delusions. Lindsay's homicidal behavior was extremely out of character for her, which supports the idea that she was psychotic. Her attorney submitted several letters of support to the court.
I don't know how you could figure that. Oh, murdering is out of character for you. It's like, well, you're going to have your first murder, so yeah. Like, your first murder would be uncharacteristic of you.
Written by people who knew Lindsay. She was described as compassionate, supportive, empathic, kind, thoughtful, positive, loving, patient, and selfless. People said that she was full of energy, a ray of sunshine, and an excellent nurse. When considering all
if only they knew better.
All the evidence that is available at the time making this video, do I think that Lindsay Clancy is guilty? While there is no way to know for sure, in my opinion, I do not think she's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I think one could make a good argument that she was psychotic and her psychosis was not being adequately treated. When looking at the common motives for these types of killings, Lindsay's behavior best fits with the motive of psychosis. Now, one could certainly make the argument that a person with mental health...
I totally disagree with that. There's clearly premeditation involved. Shitty reels. Is it bad form to put your ass in the gap between the seat and the backrest while benching? Also some shitty reels for you. Doesn't really matter. Let me see. Yeah, that's shitty, all right.
Best advice I can give you. Never miss a meal, never miss a workout, never miss a bitch. Big Luke coming out to you live. Best of
All right, thanks, dude.
Health symptoms is not automatically alleviated of responsibility for their behavior. But in this case, Lindsay made an adequate effort to get treatment for her symptoms. She went to a mental health facility voluntarily and was admitted. It's not like she had these frightening symptoms and just said, "Oh, I'm not going to worry about it." There's this sense in this case that Lindsay...
So this sounds like absolute horseshit. She was thinking of killing her kids for a while, and obviously she never told any mental health professional about it. The only thing she ever mentioned was anxiety issues, and she was taking drugs that are used to treat anxiety. So that just sounds like horseshit. She was thinking of killing her kids. She was probably like having like anxiousness and stuff. She was trying to get medications for like the way she felt, but she was hiding what she actually wanted to do. And then she just gave in.
She was trying to do her best to deal with unexpected mental health symptoms. Now, just because I believe that Lindsay can make a strong case that she was psychotic and therefore would not be criminally responsible,
Again, if she was able to go to a mental health professional and say, "Hey, I need help," why the fuck didn't she ever mention that she was planning on killing her kids? Like, that is horseshit.
I do think she needs to be in a locked facility for a long time. Her behavior was completely unacceptable and devastating. Before releasing her, authorities need to make sure that Lindsay is no longer a threat to anyone. They need to figure out what caused this terrible situation. Now moving to my final thoughts.
She's a bitch. That's what caused it.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today I will analyze the trial testimony of Lindsay Clancy's ex-husband, Patrick Clancy. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the alleged crime, then offer my analysis. Lindsay Clancy was born on August 11, 1990, and raised in Wallingford, Connecticut. She graduated from high school and college and went to work as a labor and delivery nurse for a hospital in Massachusetts. In 2013, she became romantically involved with a technology worker named Patrick Clancy. The couple married in December 2016 and had a daughter named Cora in December 2017. In July 2018, they moved into a 1,700 square foot house on Summer Street in Duxbury. This is 34 miles southeast of Boston. Patrick worked from home using an office in the basement. The couple had 2 sons while living there, Dawson in September 2019.
This guy's like fucking anorexic. What the hell?
And Callan in May 2022. Lindsay struggled to return to work after having her first 2 children due to anxiety about being separated from them. She only went back to work part-time. After the 3rd child,
oh my God,
she never returned to work. Lindsay sought mental health treatment from various clinicians, including psychotherapists and physicians. She was prescribed Zoloft and Ativan to treat generalized anxiety disorder. In November 2022, she drove herself to the emergency room after not sleeping for 2 nights. She was prescribed the sedative Ambien. Lindsay found a new physician and eventually received several more drugs, including Valium, Trazodone, Klonopin, Prozac, Remeron, Lamictal, Benadryl, and
some of these drug combinations are really weird.
Seroquel. She was taking up to 4 medications a day, although the state would later argue the maximum she ever took at the same time was 3. During a hospital visit on December 20, 2022, clinicians found no symptoms of postpartum depression. By the end of that month, Lindsay was having thoughts of wanting to die and thoughts about harming her children. On January 1, 2023, she entered an inpatient program and was prescribed amitriptyline, her 13th medication in 4 months. On January 5, she was discharged. Now moving to the timeline of the alleged crime. On January 24, 2023, Lindsay Clancy took her daughter Cora to an appointment with a pediatrician in the morning. After returning home, she played in the snow with Cora and Dawson. At 4:53 p.m., Lindsay sent a text message to Patrick asking if he would pick up takeout for dinner. 17 minutes later, she placed an order at a restaurant that was farther away than the couple's usual choice for takeout. Patrick left at 5:15 p.m. He went to a CVS store at Lindsay's request, then picked up the takeout. He arrived home at 6:09 p.m. 2 minutes later, at 6:11 p.m., he called 911 after seeing blood on the floor and noticing open windows. While on the phone with the operator, Patrick ran out to the backyard and found his wife on the ground. Lindsay told him their children were in the basement. First responders arrived quickly. They discovered that Lindsay had strangled her 3 children with exercise bands. Cora and Dawson were dead. Cowan was mortally wounded and would die 3 days later. After the attack, Lindsay traveled through a second-story window and was severely injured upon landing on the ground. She was transported to a hospital where it was discovered that she was paralyzed from the waist down. Eventually, Lindsay was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. On July 27, 2026, Lindsay Clancy's trial started. Her defense was based on legal insanity. During opening statements, the prosecution offered their basic theory. Lindsay suffered from anxiety and depression, but was not psychotic. She was extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative, and withheld information about her condition from mental health providers and...
Here's a dead giveaway that she's manipulative. She wouldn't go back to work. And she used the, I just have anxiety about, not being with my children. So she, this is just a manipulative bitch. She didn't want to work anymore, and she manipulated her husband into just not getting a fucking job.
From her husband, Patrick. Lindsay disengaged from mental health treatment when she did not like the plan. The killings were planned in advance. Lindsay arranged for Patrick to leave and killed each child methodically. Her conduct demonstrated consciousness, control, organization, and knowledge of wrongdoing. Not surprisingly, the defense had a different basic theory. Lindsay loved her children and had no rational motive to kill them. She suffered from severe mental health symptoms, which clinicians failed to identify and address. She was the victim of a broken system. Lindsay plainly stated that she had homicidal intent. She was given medications that could have worsened her state of mind. Postpartum psychosis led to delusions and hallucinations. This is why she carried out the killings. The first witness at the trial was Patrick Clancy. Even though he was a witness for the prosecution, much of his testimony functioned as evidence for the defense. Here is a summary of his testimony. Lindsay was a loving and involved mother with no history of violence toward their children. After the birth of their 3rd child, she developed severe insomnia, depression, weight loss, and intrusive thoughts involving the children. She saw multiple clinicians and received a series of medications. Not long before the killings, her condition appeared to improve dramatically. On the day of the killings, Lindsay behaved normally. It seemed to be one of her best days, as far as her mood. At the time I am making this video, the trial of Lindsay Clancy continues. Now moving to my analysis. One of the key questions about Patrick's testimony is this: to what degree did it damage or boost Lindsay's case?
Taking care of kids is fucking easy. Women just complain about fucking everything. Look, if taking care of kids was actually difficult, women wouldn't have kids. That's just that's the reality. Women try to get out of work any way they can. They take more sick days, they take more vacation days, they take more fucking time off. They're less likely to do overtime hours. And you can literally see the age range where women have kids, they never return back to the fucking workforce. So again, if having kids was actually fucking difficult, women wouldn't have them. So it's just horseshit. It's just that no matter what situation a woman is in, they will fucking complain about it. There are women who are married to fucking mega millionaire star athletes that have ripped 6-pack abs that are like 7 feet fucking tall. They still complain about their fucking relationship. So, it's just horseshit. Women who fucking say, "Oh my God, I'm so stressed taking care of kids." You'd be saying that in literally any situation. "Oh, I'm so stressed being married to a rich mega millionaire. All these women are looking at him and I'm worried he might cheat on me and he's not giving me the attention I want and I'm bored all day. I don't know what to do with myself." Like, they just fucking complain.
Did his testimony support the state's version of events or the defense? Let's take a look at the factors that help the prosecution, then move to the factors that help the defense, starting with the testimony that aided the state.
"I'm a single father. It's easy. They're lying." Oh, yeah. Oh, it's easy. Well, you can look at the data too. Single fathers raise children better than single mothers, and they actually raise children better than 2-parent households with a mother and father. Kids raised by a single father have better outcomes than not only single mothers, but also mixed parent households. So women literally create problems for kids. So, yeah. Women who say the shit are just full of crap.
Patrick's testimony helped to establish that Lindsay demonstrated purposeful conduct. She made dinner arrangements, sent him on a trip that was farther than necessary, communicated with him as he was running the errands, and conducted the attack. Her behavior was deliberate and goal-directed. Patrick never observed any psychosis. He did not see Lindsay speaking to an unseen person. Lindsay never described hearing a male voice. She only described this after the attack. Lindsay never lost the ability to communicate, and she never appeared to be out of touch with reality. Patrick actually believed that Lindy had improved in the days leading up to the tragedy. This is damaging because sometimes people who intend on harming themselves show dramatic improvement in mood beforehand. Maybe Lindsay was happy about her terrible plans. The prosecution questioned Patrick about Lindsay's largely full prescription bottles. It appeared as though Lindsay only took a few pills from many of her prescriptions. This makes it seem like she was non-compliant with treatment. How can the defense blame the prescribers if Lindsay was not cooperating with their treatment strategies? Now moving to the factors that aided the defense. Patrick's testimony supported the idea that Lindsay did not have an obvious or traditional motive for the killings. The couple enjoyed financial security, family support, and child care assistance in the form of babysitters. Lindsay was an affectionate and caring mother. There was no custody dispute, no romantic escape plan, no history of mistreatment, and no hostility toward the children. The absence of a rational motive does not prove insanity, but it makes the defense theory seem more plausible. Patrick,
she's just a fucking bitch,
authenticated Lindsay's dramatic mental health decline. He witnessed insomnia, weight loss, depression, intrusive thoughts, a decrease in functioning, and multiple mental health treatment failures. Patrick had a front row seat to Lindsay's behavior, which gives him a type of credibility the clinicians do not enjoy. His testimony made it difficult for the state to dismiss Lindsay's mental illness as inconsequential, exaggerated, or invented. Lindsay consulted clinicians, accepted medication, went to emergency departments, participated in specialized treatment, involved her family, and mentioned having disturbing thoughts. Patrick did not know that Lindsay was psychotic. He was not advised by clinicians that Lindsay should not be alone with the children. This supports the defense argument that Lindsay's mental illness was misunderstood, even by the professionals. One can infer from Patrick's testimony that he forgave his ex-wife. This could carry enormous emotional weight with the jury. If the person with the greatest imaginable reason to hate Lindsay believes that illness caused the tragedy, perhaps the mental health explanation deserves serious consideration. When considering all the testimony and weighing the factors, did Patrick hurt or help Lindsay's case? Overall, I felt as though he helped her case. Usually in a trial like this, the father of the victims would be railing against the perpetrator, screaming for justice, and wanting the killer to burn in the fires of hell. Patrick did not even come close to that behavior. To the contrary, he was compassionate and sympathetic toward his ex-wife. He appreciated the gravity of her mental illness. The jury could contemplate his testimony and come to the conclusion that the system failed Lindsay. She was loaded up with powerful psychotropic medication, even as her symptoms were misunderstood. Lindsay was not perfectly compliant, but she was far from the most non-compliant person these clinicians had ever treated. The clinicians inadvertently transformed Lindsay into a killer zombie. Something else to consider here is how Patrick humanized Lindsay. This fits in very well with the defense strategy, which includes showing the jury how Lindsay's life will only involve degrees of suffering, no matter what the verdict. She lost her.
I choose to have kids because I'm not interested in having kids, not because it's difficult. I also don't suck dick. It's not like sucking dick is hard. It's just, I don't want to suck dick.
Children, her husband, and her career. She will be paralyzed for life. Even if she is found not guilty, she will spend years in a mental hospital, which will probably be worse than prison. It's possible that she may never be released. It all depends on how the clinicians evaluate her likelihood of being dangerous. So,
yeah, she's just a bitch. Just total bitch.
Of the briefings in the federal case to both complete their court-ordered reply as well as prepare for the presentation of the plaintiff's position and argument for this court on the instant motion on the same date. It is therefore requested that the hearing in this matter be reset for at least 1 week to August 28th or beyond, consistent with the convenience of this court and opposing counsel. The conflict is unavoidable and not created by plaintiffs or for any purpose of delay. Plaintiffs raise it promptly and seek only a short reset to the earliest mutually available special set date. The motion to dismiss addresses the operative counterclaims and may materially affect discovery, expert work, damages theories, and trial prep. Proceedings without adequately prepared counsel would prejudice plaintiffs and would not assist the court in resolving the motion efficiently. A remote appearance does not cure the problem. The issue is not travel alone. It is the combined inability of both responsible counsel to complete necessary prep for this case. Counsel encountered emergency circumstances with plaintiff's detention, making it exceptionally difficult to prep this and draft the motion efficiently and prepare for the hearing.
Mental hospitals are often worse than prisons, and it's very often the case that you're less likely to leave. So it's not true.
Now we know, guys, why there was this kind of, poison story. It was used as an excuse to delay civil or criminal hearings when they're not simply prepped. Surely Andrew and Tristan Tate, the men with the yachts, the men with all of these fast supercars, surely they should be able to hire multiple lawyers, have a team of Avengers behind them, multiple lawyers that can deal with civil and criminal simultaneously at the same time, so there aren't any delays. Surely their lawyers can deal with that. Surely they only just don't have 2 lawyers. Surely they just don't have Thomas and McBride to both deal with everything going on. I thought they would have had a vast amount of lawyers to basically work with them, because surely Andrew Tate is above the law. Emergency circumstances. I don't know who's confirming emergency circumstances, because the BOP and the judge have not confirmed any emergency circumstances that have taken place. When they said they were losing, weight and not eating food, there was a list of food that the BOP released. Like, this whole poisons, situation. Nobody else claimed to be poisoned. So what are these emergency circumstances? The walls are closing in on these brothers faster than anybody thinks. And when you are citing emergency circumstances to delay hearings, then it definitely becomes a big problem. I did not expect to go through brand new litigation after we went through nearly a 40-minute video of a defense filing, but we have criminal and civil cases simultaneously happening at the same time at the discovery. This is about to get real ugly, okay? Some of the discovery, guys, for example, identify any blogs, forums, online platforms, including social media, and or websites of Tristan, Joseph McBride, Thomas, or any of you that agents have commented or made statements regarding Jane Doe. For each such blog, forum, platform, website, provide the username, handle, provide a specific comment or statement regarding Jane Doe, etc. Copies of any bank statements for any bank accounts, savings or checkings accounts or brokerage accounts owned or used by you or over which you possess or possessed custody or control in connection with webcam operations, or earnings and Hustlers, University, Real World, and the War Room. My God, today. This is the discovery, guys, that is set to be basically come out for them, and it definitely doesn't look that good at all in regards to...
I have a feeling they're not going to cooperate with Discovery. I have a funny feeling.
What is going on here with this level of discovery that could absolutely annihilate them, because they don't want any of this to basically come out. Copies of bank statements, bank accounts, savings, checkings accounts, brokerage accounts. This is what's going to be part of this discovery in this civil lawsuit. All of their bank statements, income information, pretty much everything is basically going to be coming out via discovery. The judge has basically ordered, and so we're going to be seeing all of this. We're going to be seeing the income, we're going to be seeing what money comes in now. I believe this information will become public for us to see. The fact that the lawyer is even mentioned in the lawsuit, but the lawyer is also representing them, to me is a complete head loss as far as I'm concerned when it comes to this conversation. But they are running completely scared because the Florida judge basically did not side with them. And for some reason, they assumed that a Florida judge was going to side with them. But Andrew Tate's lawyers have asked yet again to reschedule another hearing date in the Florida lawsuit against Jane Doe. Now, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Andrew Tate running his damn mouth, guys, when it comes to Twitter once again. And so I want to cover this in this video rather than making a separate one. Let's just put it all in together and get into the stupidness that this man is saying. For constantly criticizing the British government, the UK can say Elon Musk did something when he was last there 15 years ago. Present zero evidence of any kind, and he will end up in max security federal prison for 7 weeks facing extradition. That's what happened to me. This is the freedom of speech we have in America, a national embarrassment. Everybody understands if you post on the internet, you're going to get hate. They do not understand that if you become big enough, your posts become a threat to the establishment, and the hate becomes lawsuits from the government. 1,000 push-ups, 300 squats, hours of Aikido, finishing the history of Stonewall Jackson, written 45 letters, and now I'm beginning to write my book. How much work did you do today? Don't be outperformed by a man in a damn prison cell, he literally is saying. Emotions are the original entertainment. In jail, you see men cry happiness over Coca-Cola and flip into a murderous rage. In the outside world, you will not realize how entertaining emotions are, how addicting the feeling of being happy, sad, angry can be. You feel emotions outside of jail, and yet you're constantly distracted. It's very easy to be stoic when entertained by something else. In jail, where stimulus is limited, emotions become the entertainment of choice for most. So, these are all of his tweets that he's basically putting out. This very much, authoritative, mentally emotional, mature tweets that he's trying to put out that show that he is a war hero. And I think that he genuinely is panicking on the inside, because we know the litigation shows that these yachts and fast cars weren't his anyways. And so whatever he's presenting to us, why should we believe it as face value? The man probably is panicking, but keeping up the brand, keeping up the image.
In 2020.
Yeah, Tate's, I think this is the end for Tate.
Going. It's been a while since we trained our legs, but it beats you guys doing the rubber bands. I see all you rubber band trainers. What's up with that? How are you going to get big off a rubber band? Better get some weights or get some people. Get some people on your back, some girls. How did that feel? Felt good. Just trying to go as deep as I can. Control. Get out of the hole without bouncing. Keep the tension on. Keep the reps up. Best movement in the world.
You want to tell them about the new workout routine?
Yeah. Doing legs, biceps. Tomorrow, chest, triceps. Then the next day, back. Probably calves, and then shoulders, neck, maybe some forearms, and maybe some forearms today. It's that simple. Take a day off after and hit it again. The body parts are in good sequence so you can hit the ancillary muscles every other day, and you're not affecting your big lifts because you're not getting any back-to-back. So we're going to try that from here
he's dead.
Until all this is over. We try to put on 30 pounds, 40 pounds of muscle for both of us. I firmly believe it can be done.
And the meals.
Yes. Stepping up the meals, smaller, more frequent. At least 3 to 4 solid meals and a couple of shakes, and we utilize a meal service. It's going to make it quickly to just simply microwave it. And the best leg movement done correctly. Remember, done correctly. You look at Aladdin, he's perfectly vertical. He's got great squat form, straight up and down. There's no bending over.
I gotta work on my legs.
I think your squat form is excellent. It's what it's supposed to be. I don't know how you guys are going to do this with a band. You got to use people. I want to see you putting people on your back.
What are you talking about?
Everyone in general. Maybe someone who will remain nameless too. All right, think form. When you think form and one at a time.
I'm assuming this is going to be done with bad form. Yeah.
Growth hormone itself may not cause much strength gains directly, or something like going on a cycle of cypionate, but over time, it'll strengthen your joints enough and produce collagen so you'll get that a secondary effect of strength. Because it has been shown in laboratory tests to strengthen elderly quite significantly on its own. Lunges in years, and we're just going to get the groove.
Dude, his stomach was just fucking crazy.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Go all the way down the sidewalk and then
up the stairs, and that'll be one
finish off up the stairs.
He died of congestive heart failure.
He got this.
Well, you're grinding them out. I see. So actually, it's going to get harder up the stairs.
That's it.
If you're going to be toast. You both are.
Surprised the guy can move with a stomach like that.
At least we got shade.
What a fucking weirdo.
Hundreds of times on my ass, it's swelled up, had dimples all over it from fire ants. The worst pain I ever had.
Fuck, he sat on fire ants?
Oh. 15 minutes before this, and we would have been in trouble. We would have been in trouble.
Insulin?
Yeah, that'd be luck. We would have been fucked. Oh, you don't mind if I do like 10 after, as soon as the workout?
No, man, that's fucking how.
I think that's the perfect time for you to do. I think you have to do it. That's critical with the GH, but after the workout for you is the rule. The other kind, yes, because you could have that in before because it's not that.
No, he had ascites from liver failure.
Severe. But if you get that, drink your drink. I found some honey packets you had from that bread you had. I got honey at the drink. And I'm going to leg curl it. But I have to hold on with my feet.
Try to keep them more pointed towards the center. That's creative.
Listen, this is better than that. I think we're decided to do dumbbell curls, then barbell curls. As a teenager. If you want to, I'm going to tell you right now.
Dodo, let me see.
Okay, this video is low-fat vegan diet worth it? Because I'll have times, I'll go to a social event, and there'll usually be some fat person, they mean well, and they're like, well, don't you want to enjoy life? Don't you want a piece of pizza, or don't you want some fried junk food or something? I'm like, no. You know, I don't, I like the taste of the low-fat vegan diet.
This guy's retarded.
But I know the problems that all that other food causes. This is a picture of me in my 30s doing imaging-guided surgery, and I was getting fat at that point. Had a wife at home had a kid at home with the wife, the ex-wife, and I got real fat. I got up to 220 pounds, which is real heavy for me. I'm only 5'9", you know, so it was not good. I tried on my own for a couple of years to lose the weight, and I lost a lot of it. I was eating sort of a Mediterranean diet, and then I learned about Dr. McDougall, Starch Solution, and all that, and I lost all the rest of the weight, and I dropped from, you know, about 220 pounds down to about 154 pounds. Okay, and I moved to a house where I could exercise more, had a pool in the backyard and everything, and that's what I looked like after that.
I've had purple potatoes. There's no such thing as Okinawan purple potatoes. They're just purple potatoes.
And so I'll just show you another picture too, just so you know I've been there. You know, now I'm in my mid-60s. You know, here I'm having a lot of fun. I learned that from my mother too. When my mother was in her 60s, man, she was so happy. Her life was so joyful. I'm like, wow, life can be a lot of fun when you're in your 60s. I'm having a lot of fun. I like making my videos.
He complains about his ex-wife like constantly in his divorce.
YouTube videos. You know, I come home from work and it's shit shaved. You know, like Walter Kempner had said, get your pleasure from other things than food. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy the food, but I enjoy being healthy so much more. When I was eating the Mediterranean diet, I was fat and I was on my way to becoming ugly. My back, I don't even talk, I can walk. Billion hours, the same diseases.
Okay, whatever. It's just a fucking dumbass.
No.
If you're a teenager, that's the secret. Not much.
There is. They have white skins, purple insides. The others aren't. Okay, well, I haven't had that variety.
I'm talking boys and girls. Save the heavy stuff for later. That's what it's all about. All those expensive trainers and machines you're using now. Your gym's still open. Isn't that nice, Dale? What are you doing with it? Probably a lot of people slapping their yap how bad that shoulder day upright rows.
I gotta show you pictures from December. Compared to now, the biggest difference is your arms, traps, and back.
Really?
You'll be surprised on the difference.
That's good. Like I said before this, we all took a layoff. This is just coming back in days. Days, man.
He was so fucking unhealthy.
8, 9, 10. Weight's going up next week. With the sleep, the water.
Yeah, dude, he was so fucking weird. He's one of the weirdest people ever.
2023, Lindsay Clancy from Massachusetts took the lives of her 3 young children and then attempted to take her own life by throwing herself out the second-story window of her home. She ended up permanently paralyzed. Now, Lindsay was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, and her jury trial begins in 4 days on July 20th. However, what makes this case very interesting is that Lindsay is blaming medical malpractice for the death of her children and her paralysis. She is alleging that the psychiatrists who were looking after her treated her with a dangerous cocktail of medications that led to psychosis and the events that unfolded. And so today I'm going to be breaking down this case as a board-certified psychiatrist, an expert in psychiatric drug side effects, and also as someone who sees multiple people with serious adverse reactions to psychiatric medications in my private practice on a daily basis. So let's jump into it. We're going to start with a news clip to give you an overview of the case.
Lindsay Clancy sat without emotion in her wheelchair during this pretrial hearing. She's charged with first-degree murder for the strangulation deaths of her 3 young children in their Duxbury home in January 2023. Clancy's lawyer is mounting what in essence is an insanity defense.
And an involuntary intoxication defense.
It's expected he'll try to convince a jury that Clancy was not criminally responsible, that she was over-medicated in treatment for postpartum psychosis.
From a human nature standpoint, I wouldn't want anyone to have to be in there to look at gruesome photographs of little babies slaughtered and cut up and butchered and autopsy photographs. No. But that's what they want to do. So that's part of a trial. We'll make a decision if she's going to have to sit there through it.
This trial is expected to last 4 to 6 weeks. Jury selection is slated to begin on July 20th.
Okay, so let's jump into some of the details of what actually happened in this case. And what I'd like to share with you off the bat is when you're assessing for involuntary intoxications, essentially a defense that the drug made you do it, you are always going to be looking for alternative explanations for the behavior. Now, in something like murder, what are the alternative explanations? Well, the person had a past history of aggressive behavior. Maybe they were abusive. Maybe they had problems with alcohol. Maybe they had severe unstable mental illness. All of those things could play into it. Now, what's interesting about Lindsay Clancy is she had none of these things. She had no prior history of severe mental illness. She had a few episodes of mood instability following the birth of her first 2 children. However, aside from that, she was a doting and loving mother of 3. She was a wife. She was a nurse, and she never had any of these problems. She didn't even take psychiatric medications previously. So essentially, the prosecution, who is going to try and pin murder on her, is trying to say that she was secretly a psychopath or something like that, that she was harboring these feelings and they were premeditated, and it just came out of the blue and no one expected that. I think that's actually a pretty weak case. And what I want to do with you now is actually go through the argument her lawyers are putting forward for her malpractice case. So let's jump into it. Okay, so this was filed at the start of...
Like, the thing that doesn't make any fucking sense to me is if she had the wherewithal to seek mental health treatment, if she was clearly planning to murder these kids, why wouldn't she have just sought help again? Like, it just sounds like fucking stupid horse shit. As far as I know, like, she didn't fucking mention that, like, I don't know, she had some kind of delusional frame of mind where it's like, oh, Jesus told me to do it or something to prevent World War III. Like, she just killed her kids, and, like, oh, I was just cray-cray at the time. It just seems like bullshit.
But this year? Okay, so we're going to bring here. So, after the birth of her 3rd child, she went into an episode of postpartum anxiety and depression. Recognizing that something was wrong, she went and reached out to her doctor, Dr. Jennifer Tufts online, who put her on Zoloft. And then Lindsay experienced a severe adverse reaction to this. She did not sleep for 48 hours, had racing thoughts, worsening anxiety, and felt awful. This was a dramatic departure from previous sleep patterns and an obvious warning sign of medication-induced activation consistent with bipolar disorder. So something you're going to see about this case is that her current experts on her side are actually saying that she had bipolar disorder as evidenced by some mood instability that she had.
So, by the way, courtroom experts are whores. Nothing they say means shit. You can find an expert witness who will say literally fucking anything. They're paid. they're paid exorbitant amounts of money to testify on your behalf. So they're all whores. None of their testimony means shit.
Had during the postpartum period of her 2 earlier children. And this can make sense because the case that they're trying to make is that she got put on these SSRI medications and they essentially triggered mania and psychosis. And if we come over here to the label of an SSRI medication, Zoloft, what we can see is this is already a recognized risk that the drugs can cause activation of mania and hyper.
What does Brian Tyler Cohen mean, sexist rant?
She has a recall petition already on her, and it's actually pretty serious.
Get her out of there. Listen, Jessica, you have 2 cities. They're both filthy, all right? They're both run by women. Now, I haven't noticed that pattern. Other people are noticing the pattern.
No one is.
Well, yeah, it's true. Like, look at Hamilton in Canada. Woman mayor, who's part of the NDP party, of course. It's an absolute shithole, and the mayor's helping drug addicts get free drugs. Like, it's just nuts.
And other people are coming up to me and saying, Jesse, are these women capable of showing the kind of tough love you need to control these violent homeless junkies in inner cities?
No.
Are these women's suicidal empathy intentionally destroying Western civilization? Or is
Yeah, it is.
it just incompetence? I don't know, because personally, I would assume.
Yeah, everywhere where there's like a Muslim mayor or president or prime minister, it's just a shithole. Kid Boo, let me see.
Come and camp here whenever you want.
Stupid ass fucking kid.
Hi.
All of these people are literally like fucking retards. The people who are into rodeos and stuff, like, they're actually dumb motherfuckers. With the amount of ways you could entertain yourself, you have to, like, watch an animal be forcibly ridden, and you turn it into this game where you scare the shit out of them and put them in pain, and you try to see how long somebody can sit on them. Like these people genuinely are just the most retarded, degenerate fucking morons. Okay, whatever. This aren't really great.
Oh, fuck.
Hypomania, and that you should screen patients for any personal or family history of bipolar disorder, mania, or hypomania, so you're aware of this and you can quickly either avoid the medication or stop the medication if it's worse. Now, her defense experts are essentially making the case that that didn't happen. However, there are quite a few other things that can cause these problems, and I see them in my practice. These SSRI medications can be quite neurotoxic to people. It's not common, it's fairly rare. But quite frequently, I have people come in and they're exposed to an SSRI for a few days, and it causes a whole host of problems. They can have visual problems. Sometimes they get ringing in their ears. Sometimes they can have confusion and mood instability. It's almost just like a neurotoxic reaction that hits the brain. Now, a lot of doctors look at this as something called serotonin syndrome, but generally that's not diagnosed unless someone has a lot of like blood pressure problems and sweating and frank confusion. And so it's often missed, but you actually see these minor toxic reactions fairly commonly. And after you get one of them, you can have this fallout effect where for multiple months afterwards, they have nervous system instability, they respond poorly to medications, drugs make them worse, and essentially they can have mood instability and psychosis as well. And that's something that I'm not seeing in this document, but it's something that I have seen in a lot of my patients, which I know can happen. And just so you know that this isn't just me, we're back over here at the drug label now, looking at the adverse reactions that occurred in less than 2% of patients that were treated with Zoloft. And if you come down here to nervous system and psychiatric disorders, they observed ataxia, so that's unsteadiness walking, coma, convulsions, decreased alertness, lethargy, syncope. For psychiatric disorders, there was aggression, bruxism, which is teeth grinding, confusional state, euphoric mood, and hallucinations. And so these are all things that the manufacturer found during the clinical trials. And so the drug companies are also seeing the same thing. Now, jumping back over here, another thing that I want to show you is that when her dose went from 25 to 50, that made things worse. Now, in drug safety, we call that a dose response reaction. And so if you're feeling bad on a drug and you go up on the dose and it makes you worse, that's a pretty good sign that the drug is responsible for making you worse. And so I just want you to remember that, because what happens after this is very interesting. She goes back to the doctor, and the doctor essentially discontinues the Zoloft and prescribes a cocktail of medications for sleep. However, even after stopping the Zoloft and starting these other medications, she still has profound insomnia and distressing cardiac palpitations. Again, for me, this seems to be a sign that she had a toxic reaction initially to the Zoloft, and now it's causing some global problems. That's why you're having heart palpitations, insomnia. I know it's not in here, but she may have had some visual problems, some ringing in her ears, different things like that, all signs of a neurotoxicity. She ends up going back to the hospital, and the doctor prescribes her trazodone for sleep, but that's not helpful. Again, once someone's had a neurotoxic reaction, they typically do not respond well to additional medications. Out of desperation, her mom, who is a nurse at a different local hospital, the South Shore Hospital, she contacts their perinatal behavioral health program, asking for additional help. And that's where she meets nurse practitioner Paul, who prescribes Prozac. Now, here is why this doesn't make any sense. If you had done a proper history, you would say, okay, well, there's this dose-response reaction to the Zoloft that made her worse. I'm probably going to avoid drugs from a similar class. Remember, Zoloft and Prozac, they're in the same class of medications, SSRI medications. And so if someone's having a neurotoxic reaction to an SSRI, you're not going to expose them to another one, because that can further irritate the nervous system and make her worse. And so here's what they find happens afterwards. After merely 4 days on Prozac, Lindsay reports that the medications intensify her insomnia. She immediately informs her providers, and the Prozac is discontinued. This was the second antidepressant that caused activation and worsening insomnia, a critical red flag for bipolar disorder the providers failed to recognize. Yes, bipolar disorder, but also drug toxicity. Afterwards, Nurse Paul goes on to prescribe, again, a cocktail of sleeping medications, so Ambien, potent sleeping medication, Remeron, potent sleeping medication, Klonopin, potent sleeping medication, and anti-anxiety med. Now, in most cases, you would expect this to work. You would expect it to put someone down. But as I've mentioned before, if you've had a neurotoxic reaction and you've destabilized your nervous system, people don't respond to drugs in typical ways. And so let's see what happens. Well, after taking these drugs, Lindsay experienced dissociation, perceiving the world around her.
Your retarded mulatto ass need to slip sleeping on this anime nigga. This shit is goated.
Is this Bleach again? Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that. Bleach looks like pure trash, dude. This just looks like fucking garbage. Yeah, it just looks like trash. Thanks, Kid Boo.
Is unreal, distorted, and distant. She's unable to determine what was real. She became disoriented, forgetful, confused, and disconnected from her own body. She was unable to drive and unable to be left alone. This is not a typical reaction to these drugs. This is a sign that someone is responding extremely poorly to medications. And that should be a clue to anyone looking after her that, hey, more drugs is likely not the answer to this person. This nervous system is not responding well to these medications. So after getting put on these medications, she ends up following up with another nurse practitioner about 3 days later who diagnoses her with bipolar and prescribes Seroquel. Now, most people would expect, hey, you've got the diagnosis right. Bipolar disorder, and Seroquel is FDA approved for bipolar disorder, along with a lot of other antipsychotics. Okay, we've got the right drug now. Shouldn't this work? However, look at what happens. After starting Seroquel, Lindsay's condition took a dramatic turn for the worse. She developed suicidal ideation and began experiencing what she describes as intrusive.
I think I was on Seroquel for a small period of time. Antipsychotic medications are horrendous. Like, absolutely fucking horrendous. I would sometimes sleep like 20 hours in an entire day. They put you fucking out, even on a low dose. I was just a fucking zombie. It was so hard to do anything and get out of bed.
Thoughts, which were auditory hallucinations. The voices said, "I will not be the same. I want to die." She communicated her escalating internal turmoil to her husband, parents, and providers. She described her emotional state as emotionless and like a zombie, attributing this profound blunting to Seroquel. On top of this, she ends up losing 15 pounds, has no appetite, and is experiencing panic attacks.
Maybe she should have just smoked some weed to chill out, and then maybe just like lift or something.
And confusion, and has a lack of attention over several days. She becomes so frightened by the hallucinations that she calls the suicide hotline seeking help, but they don't hospitalize her because she doesn't have a plan on how she's going to kill herself. She does it again with Aspire Crisis Support. Again, they don't hospitalize her because she doesn't have a suicidal plan. Her husband then follows up with her and her nurse practitioner. Her husband is Patrick, and here's what he says to her. Lindsay is 10,000 times worse since she's taken this medication, and asked if they could get Lindsay off the medication and start from scratch to see what's going on. He asked if there could be some mistake, like using the wrong medications, and Nurse Joletta acknowledges it's possible, but despite this, she continues to increase the Seroquel dosage towards 400 milligrams a day. Now, this is just absolutely heartbreaking what is going on here, because the intuition of the husband and the intuition of the patient is correct, that these drugs are actually hurting her. You know, she has this
I'm worse taking the medication. Oh, I know. Take more. Dude, doctors are fucking stupid. Like, just... Yeah. A lot of the time, you're better off not listening to a doctor.
initial bad reaction to the Zoloft. She's destabilized. And it's almost like every time she gets exposed to another one of these drugs, because she's had this toxic reaction, they're making it worse and worse and worse. I see this a lot in patients with protracted withdrawal injuries and bind. These are different adverse psychiatric drug reactions which cause essentially nervous system damage. And after they happen, every time you take another medication, it causes a quote-unquote kindling reaction, which is essentially further damage to the nervous system. Because once you destabilize the nervous system, additional drugs often make it worse. And so this nurse doesn't pick up on that. They have this kind of this sense that, hey, you know, better be safe than sorry. You know, let's just use more medications. And they end up increasing the amount of the drug. Patrick then calls the nurse's office to report that Lindsay had a devastating week. It was the worst day for Lindsay. She had horrible thoughts all day, auditory hallucinations every day, felt debilitated, not interested in anything, can't get out of bed. The hallucinations are now loud and continued all day, saying, I will never be the same. I'll never be me again. You are damaged. You'll never be the same. The only option is to die. So this is someone who is having a severe toxic reaction to medications at this point, and she's essentially being tortured. She goes on to tell her husband, I have thoughts of harming the kids. She also told her mother about these thoughts because she was in a psychotic state. She began to have paranoid delusions that people could hear her thoughts, and then she would be locked up in a hospital and have her children taken away. Now, this can be like a real stretch for some people, that it's like, okay, yes.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Hodge twins were obviously fucking around with PEDs here and there. But yeah, they're finally admitting to it.
You can be confused. You can have these adverse reactions. But at what point, like, does it start to become like homicidal? And I've followed a lot of these cases. The one that comes to mind was, I think it was a California woman who was smoking cannabis, and sometimes this can cause these delirious type reactions. But I've also seen this in my own practice. You actually feel like you descend into hell. When you're in a state where your brain is dysfunctional and you have severe anxiety, you're constantly in a negative mood state, you haven't been able to sleep, you sometimes feel possessed, almost like possessed by a demon. And you hear these voices, and you start to hear voices that are saying, you know, the only way that you're going to get out of this is if you kill yourself or if you kill other people. And you can be completely consumed and taken over by these delusional, delirious, fever dream type thoughts. And so that's what happens. Shortly after this, Lindsay ends up being hospitalized at McLean Hospital. Now, this is Harvard's hospital. This is the best psychiatric hospital in the United States, supposedly. And the doctors there advised Lindsay to stop the Seroquel and the benzodiazepines, and they prescribed trazodone for sleep. And a few days later, Lindsay asks if she can go home because it's her daughter's birthday, and they allow her to go home. And potentially she may have gotten better at this point if she wasn't started on additional medications. However, she ends up seeing Dr. Goodhart from McLean, who speaks to her for only 10 minutes and offers her more antidepressants. They suggest amitriptyline to her other doctor.
Yeah, they hand these out like Skittles.
Dr. Tufts, who ultimately prescribes the amitriptyline to her. Now, again, this is crazy. You know, this person has had 2 bad reactions to antidepressants that are clear, you know, the Zoloft, and then also the Prozac, and then she was also on the Seroquel. And now they put her on another antidepressant, amitriptyline. And this really sets the stage for what happens next. Because after she starts the amitriptyline at 10 milligrams a day, she still doesn't get any better. And then Dr. Tufts, her psychiatrist, increases the amitriptyline to 20 milligrams per day, and that makes her worse. And this is the day before she ends up killing her children. And so this is kind of graphic now, but I want to read through this, and you know, I advise you turn it off if you don't want to hear this, but this is what happens on July 24th. Lindsay wakes up severely depressed with suicidal thoughts. She gives her children breakfast. She takes her daughter to the pediatrician because she complained of a stomach ache. She goes home. She goes to the backyard with her children. They build a snowman, and they send a picture to Patrick and her mother. She begins to...
Again, just because her depressive symptoms are worse. I don't know how she could have the wherewithal to seek medical help when she's having issues. But then when she wakes up thinking she's going to kill herself and kill her kids, yeah, I'm just going to do it this time. I'm not going to go to the doctor or anything. I'm just not seeing any kind of clear indication that she was in some kind of state of mind where she couldn't determine right from wrong.
Experienced suicidal hallucinations all day nonstop. Later in the afternoon, the voices begin saying, "You should harm the children." Lindsay thinks about dinner and realizes that she hasn't prepared anything, and so she asks her husband about takeout. Now, this is like what the prosecution says. This was a premeditated thing because she told her husband to get out of the house and get takeout. I think this is like such a big stretch, you know, in the context of everything going on, to make this case that she'd been secretly thinking about this for a long time. It goes on to say this: as soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. "This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." Lindsay felt a force overcome her. Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations. A demanding, powerful male voice explicitly ordered her. She felt an overwhelming, irresistible compulsion to comply, entering a dissociative, dreamlike state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived her body was just acting, and she was merely watching herself do it. She reported she had no choice but to follow these compelling directions. She described, "I lost all control. My body started acting without control on my part. I was just following commands." She then proceeded to strangle each of her children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." Following these acts, she undertook a severe suicide attempt, ingesting a substantial quantity of various medications, self-inflicting lacerations to her wrist and neck, and jumping from a second-floor window approximately 20 feet to the ground below. For our non-US listeners, that's about 6 meters. That is a massive drop. Lindsay suffers catastrophic injuries, including a thoracic spinal cord injury resulting in permanent paralysis below the sternum. That's why she was in the wheelchair at the start of this video. And she suffers multiple closed fractures of her cervical and thoracic vertebrae. Lindsay consistently maintains her actions were compelled by a hallucinatory voice, not a conscious decision, and expresses profound and enduring love for her children. I don't know anyone that could hear this case and not just feel utterly enraged by what happened to her. I mean, the senseless loss of life of these 3 children for no reason when it was so clear that she was responding poorly to these medications. I don't know.
This story sounds like fucking horseshit to me. It's possible the medications contributed to her depression and shit, but like, again, I'm not seeing any strong indication that she had no control over her actions and she couldn't determine right from wrong. Like, pretty convenient after you do the shit. "Ugh, I had no control over myself." Sure. Sounds like bullshit.
Are you concerned about right now?
I'm concerned that Mark Carney listens to what she just said.
Quite the reaction as the deal fell through. Welcome back to Moose and Loose. Today, we're going to break this down. Carney did a press conference. We'll show some of that. We got Doug Ford. We've got quite the responses here on CBC. We've got a pundit with his head screwed on right, calling out another one. And what really happened with this deal? Let's jump into this. Starting this episode off, Mark Carney posting a statement here on what happened. Said that, elbows up, we're going to fight counter tariffs. The counter tariffs will come in, I believe, in a week or week and a half. And I just want to point this out here. Carney got 10 million views on this. The top comment, which was posted just after he posted this last night, is mine. Mark Carney is 91% invested in America and milking Canada dry, posting his conflicts of interest here. I take these opportunities every single time I see them, so more Canadians can wake up to what's really going on. Now, I'll say Mark Carney's press conference, it was a good speech. He's good at really laying it on thick, using the fear. Carney knows what he's doing with that. He knows how to manipulate people. We're going to break down some of these clips here and what's going on here.
The U.S. introduced in the last hours, efforts to restrict our ability to have other trade deals. You heard me say a moment ago what we've accomplished in the last year, 20 new deals, economic and security partnerships. The prospect of doubling our market access because we believe in free trade. We're the partner of choice in many respects for countries around the world, and the Americans wanted to restrict that. They had
So throughout this, he takes shots at Donald Trump over and over.
Language that they wanted to restrict. Unacceptable. The U.S.
So he's saying there's language that would restrict doing deals with other countries. Which countries are those? That's the question. I've seen a bunch of accounts on X. We got Kirk Lubimov here, who does future economics policy for a living, and him saying this is why the negotiation collapsed. I just showed you the clip. Canada not being able to negotiate or do trade deals with other countries. Well, which countries is that? But more importantly, a lot of people like Kirk and others saying if what Mark Carney is saying is true, then we shouldn't have done this deal. Now we have to remember, this guy lied to our face during the election.
I own nothing now. I came into public life at a time of crisis. I put my hand up because of the crisis, because of what's represented by that bridge, what's represented by the threats to these good men and women of Unifor and their colleagues across southwestern Ontario and across Canada. I came in. What I've done is put all my affairs in order well in advance. I own nothing but cash and personal real estate. So
you notice that he laughed when he said that. This guy gives away his lies. Whenever he has a little chuckle like that, it's duper's delight. He gets pleasure in duping people in a lie.
I own nothing. But
he still refuses to do a comprehensive audit.
But cash and personal real estate.
We know that's a blatant lie because he has 567 stocks that he disclosed to the ethics commissioner. So why would he say this during the election? Just to trick Canadians because they'll find out later? Oops, Gotcha. Too late, I'm prime minister? That's what he did. This guy's a chronic liar. I see so many people on Twitter saying, well, if Carney is telling the truth. No, we can't trust this guy. He's a chronic liar. All these liberals are liars. They cannot be trusted.
So, that's not going to change. In public life, that's not going to change. It's actually quite straightforward.
Yeah, it's quite straightforward. This guy lied to Canadians. He should be thrown out of office for such a blatant lie. He disclosed himself this document, which has all of his stocks. He just said he only has cash and real estate when this very document here shows all 567 of his stocks. And I think Canadians need to take some caution here when trusting what Mark Carney says, because he's already lied to us. And he's done it numerous times. He's done it so many times I can't even keep up with the Carney lie tracker here. There's too many. Misled about Brookfield's U.S. headquarter move. Spoke out of both sides of his mouth on the pipeline. One thing to French Canadians, another thing to English-speaking Canadians. Denied meeting with the Chinese-linked Jinsu Commerce Council. He lied about all this stuff, and then they had them delete the website. Now the question is, who did the Americans not want us doing deals with? Melissa's got this all lined up here on a single screen.
More about what the United States was demanding Canada do with its other trading partners. Were they asking us to impose tariffs on other countries in conjunction with them?
Tom, there were elements of that, and in certain sectors. And to be clear, there were elements where we would see the merit of that as part of a comprehensive deal that made sense for Canada. So if you have an integrated auto market and you want to have an integrated steel market, for example, related aluminum market, then and you have concerns, as we do, as the Americans do, about non-market economies, about transshipment of steel, for example.
Most likely, as she's pointing out here, this has to do with China. Just back August 13th, she's got this one here, the Great Transshipment Scam. He just said the word himself. This is a document that came out in America, basically pointing out this problem where goods come in from China to other countries like Canada and then goes into America. They're using our country, and they use Mexico as well, to get into the American economy. As she says, the United States just released a report which considers Canada among China's biggest enablers in avoiding U.S. tariffs through transshipment. They probably had a clause saying no more nonsense with Chinese goods coming in through Canada into America. And obviously he's going to obey his Beijing master.
For the future of the country, the Churchill Agreement, Quebec and Newfoundland and Labrador, supported by the federal government, that agreement and those initiatives are the most important initiatives for the future of our country. As important as trade is with the U.S. and as dramatic as the issues are and the response that we have to give in certain industries, what we're doing ourselves, premiers, the federal government, truly Canadians is far, far more important. It dominates. Thank you.
It dominates. His Churchill agreement offering $10 billion taxpayer money to build this upgraded Churchill hydro dam in Newfoundland is the most important thing, more than the American economy and trading with them. It dominates. His words. Are you kidding me? This guy is building net zero in Canada. He knows it's a load of garbage, but Brookfield's so invested in it, they're selling this to everyone. He wants to cash in on this. He's going to keep his investments in oil and gas, in technology, and all the good stuff he knows is going to be nice and stable in America, 91%. And then he's using our economy to try to hit this big home run. And if it doesn't work, don't worry. He's invested in America. He's got a nice, safe hedge down there. That's what he's doing. He does not care about getting a deal with America. I've been saying this a long time. He's not going to get a deal. This intel came in that a deal was there. He was going to sign it. I'm telling you now, it's not the Americans that pulled this back. It was Carney. They got new polling data showing that it was better for them to turn this deal down because everyone got all flared up with the 50% tariff threat that came in recently. And because of that, they decided to pull this back, not get the deal. It would be better for them in the polls to not get a deal for Canadians. Politically, that's what they're doing here. They're not going to tell you this on CBC. They're not going to tell you this on CTV. And
they were getting criticized for giving Trump concessions, so this is entirely a cynical move. It's what the liberals fucking do, dude.
My sources, they're not going to be talking to those guys because they're not trusted. Carney blew this up because it's better for him politically. He's rolling out net zero to make himself rich. He's going to burn our country down in the process. We're going to see hundreds, if not thousands, of companies leave Canada in the next year. And we got buffoons like Doug Ford. I mean, they're all doing the same thing.
Again, I'm going to give the Prime Minister credit one more time. It's very complicated, folks. And, you know, President Trump, he can't be trusted. Simple as that. He changes the deal. He keeps moving the goalpost. You know,
Okay, we don't need to list all this. I mean, obviously how Trump's negotiating, it irks people. It's not how typically things are done. And it's a bulldog approach that nobody knows how to handle, nobody knows how to deal with. And since Trump has the most amount of power, it really can't be fought with on any good level. That's why you have to appease the guy. You got to offer him a real big win at the opportune time and become friends with him. And Carney's done the exact opposite. He's insulted the guy. He has all the rhetoric around the world. Anytime you can poke fun at him, he's been doing it over and over. Carney doesn't want the deal. Now they're considering getting this deal because the Americans were forcing them into it. And the polling was starting to shift where it looked like they had to get a deal. But after polling the new 50% tariffs, people just flared up elbows up again and they're good to go. The liberals are once again good to go to just keep this going, not getting a deal. And Carney loves it. Here's Doug Ford from a couple of years ago. What does he have to say about Trump here?
Chicago to New Jersey to Florida. I heard this momentum happening. And when he first announced, everyone was laughing. And I said, he's going to win. Not only is he going to win, he's going to be the next president. And I truly believe he'll be the next president.
He's obviously your pick for president. Tell us why.
Well, because he's not a politician. He's against the establishment. And the establishment has run the Republican Party and the Democrat Party for God knows how long.
All righty, Doug.
There's a lot of baggage Hillary carries along with Bill. And he put Bill in his place a couple of weeks ago, which was good.
Well, Dougie used to love Trump. Not anymore. I just want to point this one out. Marty up north posting this. He wants everyone to go down with the ship. He's going to print money like we've never seen before. I predict Carney will rack up $1 trillion in new debt during his tenure as PM. I think that's pretty accurate. And then this guy here, Sam, posting this graph, which is just shocking. Every G7 country hit the brakes on money printing except Canada. So it says monthly M2 money supply indexed March 2004, which is...
Dude, Carney didn't even want to pass a budget. He just wanted to spend willy-nilly. Like, this guy is just going to bankrupt the whole fucking nation.
Back here. So 2004 all the way until 2026 June. And you can see everyone hit the brakes right here. I mean, depending which country, they all hit the brakes except Canada. We're up plus 361, almost 362%. That's why things are so expensive. They're devaluing our dollars. Every dollar buys less. Green peas used to cost $1. Now it's $3. They keep printing this money and doubling it. A bag of frozen green peas is going to cost $6, $7, $8. And then you're going to see riots and civil war in the streets because people can't afford anything. They can't afford food. They can't afford nothing. What's going to happen? They're going to go after the politicians. They're going to go after the police or the next door neighbor. Anyone who pisses them off, anyone who thinks is getting in their way or is the problem, it's going to turn into anarchy. I don't know if that's going to be in the next month, in the next 6 months, and next year. Probably not. Probably a couple years down the road. But if Mark Carney is prime minister for another, not just a couple years, but say 6 years, there's going to be civil war in this country because Carney's going to burn this whole place down. And people will probably have still not figured out that it's Mark Carney that is the problem.
Building at home and diversifying trade abroad is not our plan B. It has been our plan A from the start. Canada will continue to pursue this path to build Canada strong because it's right and because it's working. We're moving rapidly to build major infrastructure. We've already referred 27 nation-building initiatives to the new Major Projects Office, new ports, mines, energy corridors from every region of the country that now represent $500 billion in new private investment. Projects that will help Canada build bigger, move faster, and trade more with the world.
So he goes into French here, and after the French, listen to what he says. My jaw dropped when I was listening to this. I was driving and I was listening to it, and I couldn't believe it.
Just last Monday in St. John's, the governments of Canada, Quebec, Newfoundland, and Labrador launched the single largest investment in Canada's history to build the largest clean energy project in North America ever. It will produce enough clean electricity to power every single vehicle in Canada.
I'm sorry, what? This will be so this Churchill project will produce enough electricity to power every vehicle. I'm sorry, Carney, my vehicle doesn't run on electricity. Most Canadians' vehicles do not run on electricity.
There's about 18 electric vehicles in this country, so whoopee fucking diddly do.
So what is he saying here? Is he bringing back the EV mandate? He's going to bring it back in another form. Is he going to force us to buy EVs again? He's saying a lot here with such a small statement. Is he saying that that one facility will power the current number of EVs? I don't think so.
Yeah, dude, you have no idea how NATO works. You don't pull funding from NATO. That makes no fucking sense.
So energy is the most important thing on earth for a society. The societies who don't have it are still years, decades behind everyone else, like the African countries. The more energy a country has, the more prosperity. It's been like this ever since these sources of energy have been discovered. Jumping over to CBC, listen to this. So this lady here, Danielle Parka, Croft Financial Group, is talking about this extra leverage that we have that Carney could use. And then this other guy pops in here, this guy, just smacks down what she says. It's hilarious.
I think there's something here that we maybe are discounting, which is Canada is now the 5th largest holder of U.S. treasuries in the world. And that makes us have some influence with respect to this much the talked about issue of late, which is the U.S. having a $40 trillion federal debt and it having run a deficit of almost 6% now for many, many years. The federal debt has doubled since 2020 in the U.S. And I think that our former Bank of England, Bank of Canada governor, who is now the prime minister of our country, is very aware of the capital markets aspect of this. And I think that he has been accumulating. For example, our holdings of U.S. treasuries has gone up about 30% in the last 2 years since Mark Carney's been in power. And I think that there's potentially another avenue here to exert financial pressure on the U.S. They, for example, intervened this week when they saw that, you know, their prices of bonds was rising because they have this incredible Achilles heel of having way too much debt and spending way too much deficits and now having AI companies compete for credit markets, et cetera. So this is a very complex topic. I appreciate that, but I'm just saying there is another avenue of leverage here, which I think our prime minister is extremely aware of. And I think that that is something that gives me some hope in terms of exerting more pressure.
She's crazy if she thinks that Mark Carney's going to leverage American debt to hold it over them. Their economy is 13 times bigger than ours. Like, this is absurd. Listen to what this guy has to say.
Mark, we have less than a minute left. This is quite the escalation in this trade war. What are you concerned about right now?
I'm concerned that Mark Carney listens to what she just said. No, Canada play. There's no way for Canada to play the monetary game with the United States without it having devastating effect on Canada. That's why the Chinese haven't played that game. The Europeans haven't played that game. A lot of people talk about it. Nobody's going to do it. I'm waiting to see that we have a measured response to the Prime Minister and find some way to get back to the table.
Finally, some truth on the CBC. We're not playing that game. We should not be playing that game. But Carney is going to play that game. He's going to put tariffs on us. We have to pay a higher price. We have less products to choose from, less access, more expensive. It's going to be bad. Now, getting on to the questions. You got to listen to this. He tells a reporter he can't ask 3 questions.
Can you talk more about what the United States was demanding Canada do with its other trading partners? Were they asking us to impose tariffs on other countries in conjunction with them?
Tom, there were elements of that, and in certain sectors. And to be clear, there were elements where we would see the merit of that as part of a comprehensive deal that made sense for Canada. So if you have an integrated auto market and you want to have an integrated steel market, for example, related aluminum market, then and you have concerns, as we do, as the Americans do, about non-market economies, about transshipment of steel, for example, through third countries, et cetera, then it makes sense to align and I would say that, again, within a comprehensive deal, we'd be...
Okay, so he's word salad here. He mentioned transshipment. He knows about that report that came out of America.
That's us deciding to do something that is in our joint interests, as opposed to being told to do something or being restricted from doing something else. Now, the second point is we weren't satisfied. Ultimately, we're on steel, aluminum, and related products, so-called derivative products. Think HVAC systems, nuts and bolts, anything that's Bombardier products, Bombardier recreational products. There wasn't enough movement. Then there's a separate issue, and I'll just stop with a sentence here, which was language which suggested restrictions in terms of our ability to execute trade deals. Which would always be unacceptable to this government.
So once again, that seems like he's talking about China. Now listen to this follow-up.
What do you think their goal was there? What were they trying to do? And if I could just, a second part, what were they asking on culture?
You can ask the first, not double follow-up. Since you asked, could you ask? I'm going to say, no, you can't ask 3 questions.
Easy there, Stalin. You wouldn't want to answer an extra question now.
Look. Sorry, now I've forgotten the first part of your question.
What was it in trying to get us gain more control over our trade policy?
Oh, why are they trying to do it? It's a power play. It's a power play, becomes a question of sovereignty. Look, we're very.
So he just goes into word salad here. When it comes down to it, he's doing what's best for his political career, not for Canadians who are losing their jobs, not for the mills shutting down, not for the steel, aluminum, the autos, all the tariffs, all the businesses connected to these sectors. I mean, that one mill that's going to be shutting down here in 2 months on the Sunshine Coast is most likely supporting numerous businesses all around in that town. That town might shut down to the point where there's nothing left there. And Carney doesn't care. His investments are safe in America. He's pushing net zero here to get rich. The guy does not care about our country. And for all the liberals watching, why did he lie to us during the election? Why did he say he had no investments when clearly he had 567 investments? That's what you have to ask. Even if you don't trust me, why did he lie to you? That's why I caution all Canadians with his statements there saying, well, if what Carney's saying is true. No, I'm not going to trust Mark Carney. I'm going to trust the sources I have that know what's really going on here. Carney pulled the pin because it was better for his political career, period.
Dude, we need the fucking conservatives to get elected here. We really need it.
25. Al Cook, the CEO of De Beers, the world's largest diamond company, took to the stage at their annual results presentation with a shocking message. After nearly 100 years of complete market control and profitability, De Beers was announcing its third straight year of losses, losing over $500 million that year, more than triple the year before, and marking the most severe crisis in the country's modern history. What you're looking at here is two different diamonds. You probably can't tell the difference between them, but one costs $8,000 and the other just $1,000. The diamond market was once thought unbreakable. It survived the Great Depression and 100 years of rivalries, but at its core, it was
Diamonds are literally worthless. They're extremely abundant, they're easy to find, and now we can just make them. Buying diamonds is fucking stupid.
Pinned by a lie, and that lie is now coming undone, thanks to a country which isn't even interested in rings and marriage at all. This is the overdue collapse of the world's most overpriced industry. So diamonds are often looped in with metals like gold or silver, precious materials which have always been used as a store of value, basically since the beginning of human history. However, relatively speaking, the idea that this shiny rock was inherently valuable is a somewhat modern invention. If you were to go back just a couple hundred years ago, diamonds were originally considered valuable, largely because there was pretty much only one place in the world that you could get hold of them: India. Sure, even back then they had uses, like their hardness, or the fact that they just looked pretty, but it was mainly this scarcity which drove its value. However, this all changed on one summer's day in 1871, when diggers found an unusually large and shiny pebble on the land of two South African farmers, the De Beers brothers. This site here in Kimberley went on to become one of the largest diamond mines in the world, increasing global production by 100 times in less than a decade. This should have been the end of the story, but almost instantly it created a problem. Suddenly something.
Sengoku, would you say you've learned more useful things watching YouTube videos than attending public school? Also rate this physique. Yeah, I'd say so. She's just fat. There's nothing really to say. Thanks, Sengoku.
Whose main value was tied to scarcity had become abundant. And it was now surely only a matter of time before the precious rock became a common stone. So the two brothers asked themselves a question. In any market, you have two forces acting at once: supply and demand. How many products are on the market, and how many people want to buy said product? But what happens if you control both sides? The two brothers, along with Cecil Rhodes, spent the next decade buying up all of the mines in the area, and in 1888 he merged them into a single company, built on an idea. A diamond only holds its price while diamonds are scarce, so that scarcity would have to be manufactured permanently. In 1932, 3 years into the Great Depression, luxury was dying, and diamonds especially were hit hard. Rough stone prices had fallen over 40% since 1929. Yet, in the middle of that, Ernest Oppenheimer, who ran De Beers at the time and controlled nearly the entire world diamond trade, did something that sounded like suicide. He ordered the company to shut down every De Beers mine on Earth. Almost immediately, the price of diamonds spiked, and in a few months, wholesale prices were nearly back to their pre-cash level. By simply limiting the amount of diamonds that were on the market, the value of those that remained exploded. Now, a stunt like this only works if nobody else can open a mine and undercut you, which is why at its peak, De Beers had bought up pretty much 90% of the world's supply in diamonds. Rather than selling onto open markets, the majority of this supply was bought up and then kept in underground vaults. Whenever new mines came online, or competitors tried to enter the market, De Beers would do the exact same, preventing the stock ever reaching customers. Then, around 10 times a year, it invited a hand-selected group of buyers to London, handing each of them a sealed box at a non-negotiable price set by De Beers themselves. What all of this meant is that the company had total control over the supply side of the market. However, they still needed people to actually want to buy diamonds, which surprisingly back then was a problem. In the mid-1940s, studies found that most young American men saw a diamond ring as an unnecessary extravagance. Nice, for sure, but not the absolute necessity. What De Beers needed to do was create that demand. Late one night in 1947, a copywriter called Frances Geraghty was finishing campaign work for De Beers. Tired and wanting her bed, she scribbled down a line she wasn't even satisfied with herself. 4 words: "A diamond is forever." While it seemed inconsequential at the time, those 4 words would later be named the advertising slogan of the entire 20th century. Over the course of a couple of decades, diamonds would gradually be transformed into the ultimate symbol of love and lifelong commitment. In 1940, just 10% of brides received diamond engagement rings, but by 1990, that number had skyrocketed to 80%. Now, attaching diamonds to this idea of eternal love really served 2 purposes. Firstly, it meant that there was basically unlimited demand for diamonds, but perhaps even more importantly, it meant that nobody would ever resell them. After all, doing so would be admitting that the love had ended, so no matter how many diamond rings were sold, De Beers would always control who got the new ones. Both sides of the market, supply and demand, were essentially under the monopoly of a single company. So, for most of the next century, De Beers pretty much printed money. However, today, that system is starting to come undone. This is the price of a natural diamond since the start of the century. For the most part, this graph looks kind of how you'd expect it to. In 2008, the market crashed. People had less money, so naturally demand for diamonds, and therefore the price fell. This then recovers as the market gets better. It then booms just after COVID as people were given a ton of money through things like stimulus checks. But it all starts to change at this point here. Something happened in 2022 that has reduced the price of diamonds by well over 50%. And the answer lies in a country which has come to redefine pretty much every other industry in the world: China. In 2024, China produced roughly 22 million carats of lab-grown diamonds, an 144% year-on-year jump, and the vast majority of that growth comes from here. This is Zhejiang. It's a county in Henan, a province of about 100 million people in central China, and until relatively recently, it was known for only 2 things: chili peppers and beef cattle. But today it's known as the diamond capital of the world, producing 80% of global lab-grown output. This all started in the early 1960s. Back then, China was poorer than many countries in Africa, and their draw to diamonds had nothing to do with luxury status signaling, but their own personal development. Despite their luxury association, pretty much every heavy industry in the world relies on diamonds. You need it to cut, drill, and grind metal, and nothing else is hard enough to do the job properly. The problem was that China was cut off from the West at the time and couldn't buy a single gram of it from anyone. So slowly but surely, the country refined an existing process called HPHT, high pressure, high temperature. You may have heard the phrase, pressure creates diamonds. And what this process essentially does is artificially recreate the...
I'm bored now.
The situation has recently become increasingly crazy. Governments are collapsing, Russian mercenaries are losing ground to jihadists, China's racing for critical minerals, Spain is scrambling to contain a migration surge at Ceuta, and after years of pulling back, American commandos are suddenly returning to hunt ISIS leaders across the continent. These developments look unrelated, but they're not. So what the hell is happening in Africa right now, and why does it matter to America and Europe? Nowhere is this fight more obvious than on two tiny islands in Lake Chad, where on May 14th, Green Berets and SEAL Team 6 were firing thousands of rounds at ISIS militants. Their mission was supposed to be a quick midnight raid in the darkest hours of the night. Their objective was a snatch and grab operation aimed at capturing the top ISIS leader in Africa. But somehow the government-sponsored kidnapping mission had gone horribly wrong, and it was about to turn into a major international disaster if the team couldn't quickly turn things around. They're facing off against nearly 40 ISIS fighters who would gladly die instead of allowing their leader to be captured. The US commandos are happy to assist in that, but the American commando team can't advance through the storm of enemy bullets, and the battle's been raging for over 3 hours at that point, and they're running low on ammunition. Just when it looks like things couldn't get any worse though, suddenly the ISIS compound erupts into a giant fireball of an explosion. A hail of heavy caliber shells are raining down from above. An AC-130 gunship arrives on scene, ending the fight in a barrage of 30mm high explosive shells. It's the military equivalent of, if I can't have you, no one can. A 105mm shell demolishes the compound's main building, eliminating the ISIS leader in a high-temperature fireball.
The United States and Nigeria say they've killed the top leader in the Islamic State militant group. Abu Bilal al-Manuki was reportedly killed in a joint mission near Nigeria.
Yeah, I know Javier Bardem is like some crazy fucking lefty lunatic, and he's an anti-Semite. I don't know he was that crazy that he was blaming Israel for the Sweda invasion. Like, these people are fucking nuts. Makes absolutely no sense.
And that firefight is really just one symptom of something much bigger happening across Africa. There are three main reasons the US Special Forces are suddenly back on the continent. First, because of the failure of Russian forces to contain the spread of terrorism. Second, because of renewed competition with China for rare earth minerals. And third, because the war in Iran has created a new need to be closer to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Since 2022, America's strategy in Africa had been to drastically reduce its footprint. US forces had gradually lost access to places where it had built its counterterrorism network over the past 2 decades. A wave of military coups that had swept across the Sahel toppled governments, and several of those new governments turned away from the US and chose to work with Russia for security instead. Russia promised they would get better results. Therefore, America increasingly had to operate from further away. They were unable to maintain troops directly in the battlefield. But in 2026, that abruptly changed. US forces and equipment are now flowing back onto the African continent. And you can actually watch this reversal happening in real time. In less than a year, the US went from having almost no acknowledged combat presence in West Africa to launching strikes inside Nigeria, deploying 200 American commandos, and flying regular surveillance missions over the region. US Special Forces are in Nigeria targeting more than your average run-of-the-mill typical low-level ISIS officer. The joint US-Nigerian operation was after none other than al-Manuki, the Islamic State's de facto second in command. Second place at being worst is nothing to scoff at. Officially, he was just a commander of the West African subsidiary known as ISIS in West Africa, but after 18 months, the US-backed operation in Somalia degraded the top ISIS leadership authority, so al-Manuki took over the planning, the finances, and the weapons construction. All of the recruitment came under him for the global organization. Turns out even ISIS believes in upward mobility in their terrorist corporation. US intelligence asserts it was al-Manuki who was behind the abduction of over 100 Nigerian kids in 2018.
I abducted your girls. I will sell the women in the market by Allah. Allah commands me to sell. I will sell women.
And most recently, the tragic kidnapping of the American missionary pilot Kevin Rideout last October in Niger, in case you needed extra reasons for why he sucks. Rideout remains a hostage of the terrorist organization, so acquiring any intelligence on his whereabouts may have been one of the reasons, among many, that the joint commando raid took place in May on Lake Chad, and why they aimed to capture al-Manuki alive originally. When the operation wasn't able to capture him, though, the main objective quickly shifted to throwing him into an explosive early retirement party. But if we zoom out, what's going on here in Africa? US Special Forces weren't supposed to be involved in combat operations in Nigeria at all. According to official statements from both the Pentagon and the Nigerian government, only a small team of operators deployed to the country in February as support for Nigerians. According to a Pentagon spokesman, The arrival is planned and deliberate following a formal request by the federal government of Nigeria to the United States government to support a clearly defined military training requirement, technical support, and intelligence sharing with the members of the armed forces of Nigeria. Not the first time I've heard Hellfire missiles referred to as technical support. Technical and training support are a far cry from the midnight raids on ISIS compounds, but these are cover stories that we've seen in the past for American Special Forces missions before. It was during just such a advise and support mission in 2017 when 4 US Green Berets were ambushed and killed in action in Niger. The news that the Special Forces soldiers were on frontline combat missions and not just training local troops came as a surprise even to members of Congress at the time. However, after years of learning about these type of operations, it's no longer a shock. Advise and train has essentially become a euphemism for kill the enemy at this point. Hey guys, let's go over there and advise some bullets into the enemy. Wink wink, nudge nudge. After getting burned by events in Niger, though, the Pentagon tried to get a little more sneaky beaky with their deployments to Nigeria in February. In fact, we don't even know when the detachment of over 200 Green Berets and other highly specialized personnel even really entered the country. February is just when the DoD confirmed that they were already there. It seems far more likely that the US team began operations in Nigeria back in December, because early on December 26, just after Christmas Day, Nigerian sources detected ISIS-linked rebels crossing the border from Niger. The whole Sahel region in general has become a major base of operations for ISIS activity. They provide a steady flow of weapons and fighters to insurgent groups in neighboring countries like Nigeria. American MQ-9 Reaper drones with support on the ground from Green Berets and Nigerian commandos tracked the militants as they made their way into the country's sparsely populated northwestern reaches. Much of this operation is still heavily classified, but Daniel Bwala, spokesman for the Nigerian president, credits the US for supplying critical information, saying, quote, "The intelligence the US government gathered also is that there is a mass movement of ISIS from the Sahel to that part," end quote. The new arrivals led the intelligence assets directly to 2 hidden rebel camps in the Bwani forest. Nothing ruins a secret terrorist hideout like accidentally bringing home the surveillance drones with you. With the terrorist camp localized, it was time to activate the kill chain and go kinetic, as a second lieutenant would say. Intel flowed from drone operators and units on the ground up to AFRICOM headquarters all the way in Germany. Then the Secretary of Defense and the White House. Then an American Navy destroyer that was lurking on station about 500 miles away in the Gulf of Guinea launched 12 Tomahawk cruise missiles, which had to cross the entire country of Nigeria on their way over to the 2 targets. They arrived with no warning, pummeling the camps and leaving nothing behind but craters. The camps have been downgraded to just terrain features. But there's a few things that stand out to me as really weird about this operation. For one, ISIS and insurgent activity have been concentrated in the northeast for decades, on the opposite side of Nigeria from where the December strikes took place. So how did the US and Nigeria know to be on the lookout for Islamic State fighters in the northwest? In fact, this was the first ever US strike in northwestern Nigeria. So why choose to expend valuable, mission-critical munitions like Tomahawk cruise missiles, especially 12 of them? Those are strategically important and limited munitions. And so as we dig deeper, this is a lot more high profile than just supporting partner forces. And it feels like supporting actual SF teams on the ground to me, which raises the obvious question, what did US intelligence know that the rest of us didn't? There's even more clues that the US Special Forces were operating in secret during the December strikes. In a press briefing this last February from AFRICOM Commander General DeGavin Anderson, who described how he met with Nigerian President Tinubu late last year to discuss an unspecified US military deployment to the country. Not only does the time frame line up with the December strikes, but General Anderson also let slip a crucial detail during the press briefing, saying, quote, "I was able to meet with President Tinubu in Rome through the Archibald process late last year, and that has led to the increased collaboration between our nations to include a small US military team that brings capabilities from the United States to augment what Nigeria has been doing for several years." It's essentially where meetings have occurred with international partners year after year, with the last meeting focused on the application of drones and other tools to combat growing extremist threats. But why all this secrecy behind US deployments to Africa? ISIS is #1 on basically the entire world's shit list. You'd think that the US would want all the attention it could for tagging and bagging terrorists in exotic and exciting new locales. But in reality, it's not that simple. Geopolitically, Nigeria is a fragile place, already plagued by insurgency and corruption that threatens the authority of the central government. Foreign troops, like American troops, throwing their weight around on your land is enough to make anyone possibly angry, even if they're taking out ISIS. American operations.
Dude, imagine living in a shithole like this. I don't know, I just like fucking end it. What's the point? What a fucking miserable shithole of a fucking country.
Could actually be counterproductive if not handled sensitively. It could undermine the authority of the Nigerian government if the US takes too much credit for the operations. And that's standard practice for US special operations in sensitive regions, which is why American troops often deploy with a cover story about advising local forces through non-combat support. It's amazing how often non-combat support involves everyone being armed to the teeth. But in Nigeria, there are even more strategic reasons for preserving everyone being armed to the teeth. But in Nigeria, there are even more.
That's interesting. They've got Tavor rifles. Huh. Yeah, those are Israeli Tavors.
More strategic reasons for preserving this sense of mystery. For one, Nigeria is a major oil exporter, the largest in all of Africa. It's what the country is really most famous for, in addition to exiled princes who really need your help accessing their bank accounts. In 2024, Nigeria exported about $40 billion worth of crude petroleum.
I guess you do have the option now of just immigrating to the UK. Just tell the government you're gay and your family was going to kill you if you didn't leave. And then there's your citizenship.
And their top customers were Spain and the United States. They're the 10th largest oil exporter in the world, a ranking that's likely to increase dramatically following the collapse of Persian Gulf exports in 2026 after the Iran war. And so today, their primary exports are directed toward Europe, with the only major Asian partner being Indonesia and India. And so as the US prepares for Cold War the sequel, it would like to maintain that status quo in order to better control Chinese access to critical energy resources. But instability from ISIS and internal divisions in Nigeria threaten to topple the US-friendly government in Nigeria, much like similar rebellions already have in Niger and Mali. And so it's a delicate balancing act where ISIS expansion needs to be dealt with effectively, yet local Nigerians need to be the ones taking the lead for themselves. The other strategic dimension is Nigeria's mineral wealth. Nigeria's mining industry is largely untapped and underdeveloped, which translates to a whole lot of unobtainium still locked away under the home tray. Surveys near the capital show that just one deposit holds about 90 million tons of minerals, including 3 million tons of lithium, and that's just in one deposit. A 2022 report from Nigeria's Geological Survey Agency found reserves of high-grade lithium across 6 states. Both the United States and China are in a race right now to secure the world's remaining untapped lithium and rare earth mineral reserves, which are both critical for high-tech commercial and military manufacturing. You don't get F-35 fighter jets without them. Last year, China opened 2 new lithium processing plants in Nigeria, totaling more than $800 million worth of investment. That's huge. Think of lithium as one of the strategic raw minerals of the battery age. For perspective, the entire world mined only about 290,000 tons of lithium in 2025. So this isn't really just a fight over some rocks in the ground, it's a fight over who controls the supply chain for the killing machines and munitions for the next 20 years. The US is already playing catch up with China when it comes to lithium and rare earth minerals on a global scale. Nigeria offers a chance for America to gain ground against China in the mining race, but not if the country falls to jihadist terrorists. The US may be replicating a pattern that we're seeing elsewhere in the world, like in Latin America, trading American security for access to strategic mineral resources. There's some evidence for this in the early statements from both the US and Nigerian government sources, who both assert it was the Nigerian government that requested American military assistance in the north of the country. considering the heavy resources that AFRICOM devoted to Nigerian operations from December through July, that could be a sign of how seriously the Pentagon and State Department are taking Nigeria's formal request, and how seriously the US wants to cut a favorable mineral deal with the Nigerian president. But Americans aren't exactly eager to see the most elite soldiers fight and possibly die just to secure some resources, however strategically necessary those resources are. Fighting for lithium just doesn't have the same ring as fighting for truth, justice, and the American way. That's just always been the case. Nigeria is also riddled with corruption at almost every level of civil society, up to and including President Tinubu himself. In 1993, the US froze Tinubu's bank accounts over charges that he was laundering money for the heroin trade in Chicago. Tinubu eventually settled with the US government and forfeited about $400,000, but this was the first of many accusations and ethics probes into Tinubu, both at home and abroad. And since winning the presidency, he's allegedly used the power of the federal government to block investigations by the UK and other authorities into his political allies. So one day you're paying the US over $400,000 for laundering drugs into Chicago, and the next day you've got US special forces being delivered on demand. That's the type of Cold War shenanigans that we've all missed around here. And if you want evidence of how far this new competition over Africa with China could go, look about 2,000 miles southeast of Nigeria into the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Because there, an American-founded mercenary company is now helping the Congolese military fight a rebel army sitting on top of some of the most strategically important mineral deposits in the world. And the guy behind the company is Erik Prince. Yes, that Erik Prince, the founder of Blackwater. At the same exact time, the US government is pressuring the rebels' main foreign supporter, helping negotiate peace agreements, opening Congo mining industry to American companies, and supporting the creation of a massive new force to protect the mines. Which raises a pretty obvious question: are American mercenaries quietly doing the part of America's dirty work in the Congo? The answer is complicated, but maybe not in the way that you think. Because there's no overt public evidence that Washington, D.C. sent Erik Prince there on a mission, but what his company is doing lines up remarkably well with what the United States is trying to accomplish in Africa. First, here is all the background that you need.
I'm on steroids, but you're surprised I drink sugar-free soda. Okay, you're an idiot.
To know. Eastern Congo is in the middle of another major war against the rebel movement called M23. M23 has captured cities and large stretches of territory from the Congolese government, and Rwanda has been accused by the United Nations and Western governments of supporting the rebels with troops and weapons. Rwanda, of course, denies that. For our purposes, though, the important thing is where M23 is fighting. They are operating in one of the richest mining regions on Earth. One mine under rebel control alone produces roughly 15% of the world's tantalum, a metal used in electronics, missiles, aircraft engines, and a bunch of advanced technology we've already been talking about. And unlike Nigeria, where China and America are racing to develop resources that are still largely untapped, China already has a gigantic head start in the Congo. Chinese companies control an estimated 80% of Congo's mineral production. So this isn't Washington trying to prevent China from taking over a future supply chain here. China is already there. America's just trying to claw its way back in. And that helps explain why Washington, D.C. has become much more involved in the Congo over the last year. The United States pressured Congo and Rwanda into signing a peace agreement. Then Washington, D.C. reached a minerals agreement with the Congolese government that opened the door for American companies to take stakes in mining projects and obtain exploration rights. Basically, the Congo has something America wants, and America has something Congo desperately needs: political and security support. So the Congolese government wants help defeating the M23 rebels and reestablishing control over the east, while Washington, D.C. wants these American mining companies to gain access to an industry that's overwhelmingly dominated by China. That doesn't automatically mean that America is fighting a war for minerals here, but it does mean that the two interests are becoming very conveniently attached to one another. And then Erik Prince shows up. Prince, founder of Blackwater, which became one of America's largest private military contractors during Iraq and Afghanistan. Blackwater guarded senior US officials, they protected embassies in Baghdad, and they performed sensitive work with the CIA. But here is the part that makes his appearance in the Congo especially strange. For years, Erik Prince was also doing business with China. He helped create Frontier Services Group, or FSG, a company backed by Chinese investors that provided security and logistics for Chinese projects across, curiously, Africa. Prince personally invested in resource projects around Africa as well. So after becoming famous as one of the most recognizable faces of America's private military industry, Erik Prince spent years helping secure China's expanding economic footprint in Africa. And in 2021, he created his latest company, Vectis Global.
That's pretty
Now,
funny.
Vectis is working for the Congo. The Vectis private military company reportedly signed a contract worth $700 million to help the Congolese government crack down on corruption and improve tax collection from the mining industry, which sounds like something you hire Deloitte for. Except Vectis apparently brought killer drones. Reuters reported that the Prince company had also been training Congolese special forces and providing support for drone warfare. And earlier this year, Prince's people reportedly turned up near one of the most strategically important battles of the war. The city of Uvira had been captured by M23, and the United States responded by increasing political pressure on Rwanda and the rebels. Washington also sanctioned 4 senior Rwanda military commanders, accusing them of supporting M23's offensive. Then Congolese forces began moving to retake Uvira, and supporting them was of course the American private military company Vectis. Vectis personnel were helping Congolese forces with drones and training as government troops closed in around the city. But then something really unusual happened. M23 withdrew. There wasn't some enormous final battle for the city. The rebels pulled back while the United States was simultaneously applying intense diplomatic pressure on Rwanda. So some analysts...
Dodo.
So how do you think trying to game AI is going to conceal these types of war crimes? So let's go to that CNN reporting. Let's go to graphic 7 here. The headline is Israeli doctor, okay? Not American doctor, a literal Israeli doctor says detained Palestinians are undergoing routine amputations for handcuff injuries. So this doctor apparently wrote a letter to various Israeli officials, including Israel's attorney general and the defense and health ministers. And in the letter, the doctor says the following: just this week, 2 prisoners had their legs amputated, okay, due to handcuff injuries, which unfortunately is a routine event, the doctor said in
legs amputated due to handcuff injuries. Like, you read this and it immediately makes no sense, and they just put this garbage out here anyway.
Is this Chinese people?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, that's Chinese people. Thanks, Wandering Mason.
the letter, according to a Haaretz report, they reported on this and they obtained the letter. He wrote that inappropriate care at the detention facility has led to complications and sometimes even in the patient's death, adding that this makes all of us, the medical teams, and you, those in charge of us in the health and defense ministries, complicit in the violation of
That is not true.
Israeli law. Didn't realize there was Israeli law. Haaretz also reported that the doctor said inmates are fed through straws, defecate in diapers, and are held in constant restraints, which violate medical.
Like, this is just so obviously fucking retarded. Just so outrageously retarded. And, like, they don't care. They'll just say it anyway. So dumb, dude. Thanks, Dodo.
Have suggested that the appearance of an American-linked mercenary company alongside Congolese forces may have made fighting for the city even more politically dangerous for Rwanda and M23. And this is where we need to separate what we know from what we don't know. There's no public evidence that the US government ordered Erik Prince to deploy to the Congo. We don't know if Washington, D.C. approved his company's activities behind the scenes. We don't even know if most of the Vectis personnel involved are American former special forces or foreign nationals. Vectis is working under a contract directly with the Congolese government, and Erik Prince himself has lived in the United Arab Emirates for years. So calling these guys a secret American military unit might be going beyond the evidence, but strategically, look at what is happening. The United States government wants M23 pushed back, and the Vectis mercenary group is pushing them back. Meanwhile, Vectis has a huge contract centered around securing Congo's mineral activity. Maybe everybody involved just happens to have very similar LinkedIn goals, I don't know. And this is exactly why private military companies can be so useful. They don't necessarily have to be secretly controlled by a government to advance that government's interests. Sometimes their interests simply line up. The United States and the United Arab Emirates recently announced a $100 million initiative connected to creating a roughly 20,000 person force dedicated to protecting the Congo's mines. Think about what that means. We've now reached the point where protecting mineral supply chains isn't some abstract economic policy goal. They are literally creating armed units whose job it is to guard these resources. Meanwhile, American companies are buying mining interests and exploration rights. So the emerging model looks something like this, I think. The United States supplies diplomatic pressure and economic investment. On that higher strategic scale, the Congo supplies access to the resources on the ground, and your private contractors improve the actual security and get their hands dirty. It's a much easier sell geopolitically than deploying the 82nd Airborne into Central Africa and trying to explain to everyone back home what Talantium is. The other reason this strategy may work is that Washington has leverage over Rwanda that goes far beyond the battlefield. Rwanda is a much smaller country than Congo, but it has one enormous geographic advantage. The fighting is right on its border, so the Congolese government, meanwhile, has to support troops operating almost 1,000 miles from its capital through brutal terrain and terrible infrastructure. Rwanda can move resources across the border. The Congo has to conduct one of the world's worst DoorDash routes. And this is one reason that the M23 rebel group has been so difficult to defeat militarily. So rather than trying to solve the entire problem by giving the Congo more weapons, Washington, D.C. can attack Rwanda's willingness to support the M23. And apparently, that's the pressure that's important here. And after the United States sanctioned those senior Rwanda commanders, analysts estimated that Rwanda reduced its military deployment inside the Congo from roughly 6,000 to only around 1,000. Rwanda has also backed away from supporting the M23 in the past when international pressure becomes too intense. And there's very good reason Rwanda cares what Washington, D.C. thinks. Rwanda wants American investment too. It has started exporting tungsten to the United States, and it's trying to attract American companies into its own mineral industry. So Rwanda is supporting an armed movement that controls mineral-rich territory in the Congo, while simultaneously trying to convince American companies to invest in Rwanda. Welcome to modern geopolitics, where everybody can just make up the rules. But the problem here shows exactly what competition can look like when you zoom in, because China has spent years building relationships and buying into that mining industry, and now Washington is trying to break that system. But you can't just sign a mining contract when the mine that you want is sitting inside a war zone. You need roads, you need political influence, and occasionally, apparently, you need Erik Prince. Mali and Niger made a very different choice. They threw Western forces out and invited Russian mercenaries in, and to absolutely nobody's surprise, but Mali and Niger, that has gone spectacularly bad. The ISIS-led insurgencies have only gotten worse. What happens when you ditch Amazon Prime for Temu security forces? While first the Russian Wagner Group and the Afrika Korps, their brutal methods appealed to the military dictators, it turned out that eliminating political rivals and oppressing the populace didn't magically fix their country's problems. All it did was drive ethnic, religious, and political minorities into the waiting arms of ISIS, a lesson that us Iraq and Afghanistan veterans could have told them. But we offered Green Berets, you said no thanks, we have Green Berets at home. Over the past year, jihadist militias and rebel tribesmen have coalesced into a kind of nightmare army in Africa. Traditionally, these groups have hated each other, but the Russian mercenary strategy of instilling fear in the rural populations has backfired. Now, historical enemies hate the Russians more than they hate each other. This is especially a problem in Mali, where veteran ISIS fighters from the Middle East and North Africa have led large motorized militias on a sweeping offensive that's conquered the entire north of the country. By April 2026, the Malayan government and their Russian African Corps contractors were forced to retreat to the southern half of the country, only for the capital itself to come under siege the following month. Now, the ISIS-led army in the Sahel region has reached a critical mass, gaining strength with every victory and turning captured weapons against their enemies. And so here's where the collapse of security across Africa eventually shows up. It reaches Europe's front door. Ceuta is technically Spain, but it sits on the African coast behind a giant border fence with Morocco. Migrants moving north from West Africa and the Sahel eventually funneled toward Morocco, making it one of Europe's most important security gatekeepers. In July 2026, that system broke when roughly 60,000 people surged toward Ceuta, which itself only has a population of about 80,000 people. This forced Spain to deploy troops in response. Most of that particular wave appears to have been Moroccan, but the strategic warning, I think, is obvious. As instability spreads south of Morocco, the consequences don't necessarily stay in Africa. Eventually, they arrive at a fence belonging to the European Union in one form or another. We frequently see instability in Central Africa find a way to impact the rest of the world. And this story gets a lot bigger with recent reports that American forces are quietly expanding their foothold into Bosaso in northern Somalia. At first glance, it looks like another counterterrorism American outpost in Africa for hunting ISIS and al-Shabaab, but look at the map. Bosaso sits on the Gulf of Aden, almost directly across the water from Yemen, just east of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. That puts American troops within striking distance of one of the most important maritime choke points on Earth at exactly the moment that the Red Sea is becoming one of the most dangerous pieces of ocean on the planet. The US already has a base nearby in Djibouti, its biggest permanent base in Africa, but Djibouti has placed limits on using its territory for attacks against the Houthis. An expanded facility in Puntland could give Washington, D.C. something that it badly wants.
Only fucking Africa would have a place called Djibouti.
Another launch point, another intelligence hub, and potentially a lot more freedom of action to go murking left and right. There's a real danger of Mali and Niger becoming terror states, exporting violence to their neighbors further south. That's already been happening for years on some level, but the complete collapse of the Russian mercenary companies to the north has opened up a whole new scale of international terror. Militants have become emboldened and better experienced after fighting against Russian forces. This urgency might be one of the biggest reasons for the US deployments and their operations in Nigeria. While it'll be best for Nigerian forces to see their own security through until they develop better capabilities, the US can't afford to risk a major ISIS incursion wiping out a critical allied government within just a month, like it did in Mali. What's possibly even worse from a strategic standpoint is it's not just the US that provides the heavy hitters for Nigeria's defense. It might be China that swoops in to try to save the day. So now zoom all the way back out. In West Africa, American commandos are suddenly back hunting ISIS in Nigeria. In East Africa, Washington's looking for better military access overlooking the Red Sea. And in between, Russia's losing ground to jihadist movements, while China keeps buying up ports, minerals, and influence. These aren't necessarily separate stories in Africa anymore. The situation in Africa is increasingly looking crazy, like a new scramble for the continent. Except this time, the prizes are killing terrorists, securing shipping lanes, securing critical minerals, and military access. Now, if you found this video interesting, you can check out this one about why US forces are really destroying the cartel across Latin America. I think you'll
I have a cat. Yeah, Nick Matow's good. I'd really like a step mill. What sucks is there's actually some good used ones that you can find on Kijiji for not that much money, but I don't have like a truck or anything to pick it up. That's the problem. So probably have to order one somewhere. I think there's some good Chinese ones that you can get that aren't too much. Man, I've got these fucking thick-ass calluses that I need to cut off.
Third rep, it went kapow. So you sound like Velcro. At least he didn't quit. The moral of the story is don't quit.
I like leg extensions. They're underrated. I really got to get a leg press. Gum Gum. Such a good baby. I love you. That's an interesting one. Literally never seen anyone do that.
Soda Rahoa has just started. Who you got, Pepsi or Coke Zero?
No, I think Coke Zero's better. Yeah, I figured I'd try the Pepsi Zero again as... So at the gas station, couldn't decide. I just went with the Pepsi Zero because haven't had it in a while, but yeah, Coke Zero's better. I remember when I was a kid, I used to like Pepsi more, but yeah, at least their zero sugar flavors. The Coke's definitely better. Man, these calluses are bothering me. Thanks, CT. Alright, pretty basic. I'd like to get some cable machines. I could probably put them on the support beams in the basement.
Well, first of all, here in the United States and probably in most of the countries in Europe, nobody can really pronounce my name. They always ask me how you pronounce, your name. My first name is Miloš, and last name is Sharchev. However, everywhere in the United States and in Europe also, they call me many other names: Mitso, Milo, Milos, and so on. But my real name is Miloš. I'm Yugoslavian. I won Yugoslavian championship back in 1986 and 87. I turned pro in 1991, and probably most of the people that follow bodybuilding know I did 47 shows in the last 7 years. I have 9 more shows to go this year and next month. So that's going to probably be record-breaking, like 56 competitions in 7 years. The reason I was doing this is because most of the people said before, it's impossible to peak, you know, show after show, you know, month after month. And I just wanted to prove them wrong, and I really believe if you're dedicated and disciplined, set your mind to it and go ahead and compete. This year for Olympia, after 2 years of resting, I decided to compete, mostly because I believe that right now is the time for change.
No, I haven't
Wheeler
seen
winning
Donnie
3
Darko.
shows this spring, and then myself winning Canada and Chris Cormier, Night of the Champions. I believe there is a little bit, you know, trend towards a more aesthetically pleasing looking, symmetrical, proportionate physiques, more than just muscle mass freaks. Me as a bodybuilder, I have to say that I do admire very much so all those champions, Dorian especially, all the monsters, and I just believe that you know, bodybuilding is a little bit more than just plain muscle mass building.
Milos had a pretty sick
Mike
physique.
Francois said in last year's Olympia that's what bodybuilding means. I would disagree with this. I do believe that all of us start bodybuilding for one purpose: to look good, to be satisfied with the way we look, and I achieved that. This year I'm competing again at Olympia, hoping that I can, you know, break the top 6 for the first time. I competed 4 times already, and this is my 5th Olympia. And this is solely on that fact that I believe that right now we have that new fresh wave need for aesthetically pleasing physiques to come on top, because I think for you know, mainstream public, for general audience, they would probably like to see more realistic physiques. When I started back in '91, Lee Haney was considered, you know, a monster. He was 5'11", competing 245 pounds, and he was, you know, unthinkably big. You know, since then, Dorian set a new standard, and now there are a few guys to follow. And Nasser is probably pushing that limit, you know, even more right now. I believe he's going to compete somewhere about 280 at the same height of 5'11", which I really don't think it's even humanly possible. However, he achieved it, so, you know, somebody says this is progress. However, I think that it's going in the wrong direction, and in the world, it's very respectful, and I would have to say I respect all the guys that make genetically gifted guys that come into the shape, into the contest in poor condition, and they're being awarded because of their name or their, you know, genetic potential, but really condition would be really poor. Then we have guys that come into extremely good condition, and because of that the sacrifice really keeps following. Right now, a week before the show, I'm exactly 240 pounds. My condition is on target, as you know, because I compete so often. I know how to measure my you know, condition.
It's a pretty good size leg press. Probably the next piece of gym equipment is either going to be a leg press or a belt squat. I'm kind of leaning a bit more towards a leg press. Or not a belt squat, a pendulum squat. I've already got a belt squat. But yeah, leaning more towards a leg press. Some of those Cybex leg presses that articulate are pretty cool. I used one before that I didn't really like just because of the angle, but some of them have a lower angle and they're more quad focused. I think they're plate eaters though, that's the only problem.
So you're 1 week out, right?
1 week out. 8, is it? No. Same show? No, you will be. No. I'm not. It's nice. It's got a little bit more intensity at the bottom. Drops off a little bit on the length, but that's what I mean. I think it goes back.
I can't start off a workout with hamstrings. It fucks my knees up.
Yeah, it does. I always feel best, for me personally, I think the boys will probably agree, when you've got blood in both the hamstring and the quad. Nice. This is very similar to the leg extension I used at these Montari bros. I trained legs with Evan.
I think Gummy is going to be...
And, his rehab was this and single leg dumbbell.
Like 3 years old soon.
It's got spring on the seat. That's totally different. The
He's a really good kitty. Alfred Shitcock. Let me see.
Whatever happened to the separation of church and state? The reason that I'm asking this question right now is because Massachusetts is about to build a permanent government commission around a single religion. This commission gets to take people from that religion and recommend them for jobs across our state government. The bill says this commission will identify and recommend qualified American Muslims for appointed positions at all levels of government, including boards and commissions.
Yeah, Muslim invasion's well underway.
That's a direct quote, at all levels. So you'd have to sit here and think to yourself, we're going to have a religious body sitting inside of our state house with the written instructions to feed its own people based on religious beliefs into state government roles or state government posts, which doesn't make any sense to me, just based on the fact that we have the...
Yeah, Mass is kind of a liberal fucking shithole. Retards at my gym will load up the leg press with all the nearest plates, then put dumbbells they can barely lift into the carriage, then pretend to do leg presses for 30 minutes, not even joking. Yes. I know the type.
ACLU of Massachusetts. They are constantly on stuff like this. So I don't know if they're on vacation or sabbatical or something. I mean, I went looking and I could not find one public word from the ACLU on this bill. Not a statement, not a peep. And if they said something, let me know, because I couldn't find a damn thing. And the crazy thing is, and what I did find, is that the mayor of Quincy wanted to put up two 10-foot bronze statues of two saints, two Catholic saints. One is St. Michael, who I actually wear, I wear a pendant of St. Michael around my chest, and the other is St. Florian. Now, the mayor intended to put these saints outside of one of the city's newer public safety buildings. This was until the ACLU found out about this and ended up taking them to court. They made...
But they're trying to appoint Muslims.
A big spectacle out of this thing. And the judge blocked those two statues from being erected while this case is playing out in the courts. So we're talking about two statues here, guys, okay? It's two statues on a building. That got them into a courtroom. So I think somebody needs to put out like an APB on the ACLU of Massachusetts, because I genuinely want to understand the standard here.
They're communists. They're just trying to destroy the fucking country. So that's why they're friendly with Muslims, and then they make a big deal about a fucking statue on a building that has anything to do with Christianity.
New York's free grocery stores are already finished. Listen to this.
Tonight are calling on Mayor Mamdani to push the NYPD to scale back on arrests for so-called quality of life crimes. Critics say it criminalizes the less fortunate and it unfairly targets minority communities.
What?
They also claim the so-called broken windows policies, which focus on low-level...
Yeah, that's right. Let criminals do whatever they want.
Crimes by the NYPD have continued into the Mamdani administration.
What crimes are they talking about?
We're calling what it is. Broken windows policing.
Critics say it's a betrayal that the NYPD is still enforcing so-called low-level offenses, despite Mayor Mamdani's promise to shift the department's focus.
Mayor Mamdani was elected on a promise.
Like, this is just psychotic. So they want more crime.
Of making New York a livable city for all, ending the criminalization of poverty, mental health, and homelessness.
Most of what we saw were crimes of poverty. People who are stealing things like toothpaste, people who are stealing things like, you know, soap. And that means if you're stealing those things, you need them.
So
no, it means you're stealing them.
Here we have local politicians.
So if I stole her car, does that mean I need her car? And it's okay for me to steal that?
Defending criminals who are stealing things that they quote unquote need. And not only does this
Why is anybody listening to that fucking ugly fat bitch, by the way?
spell disaster for New York's free grocery stores, which are going to get destroyed. Wait till you hear what else these people think.
Need them.
Advocates believe that shoplifting or bringing bags of trash onto the trains or sleeping in the subway should not be criminally prosecuted. Neither should graffiti vandalism, even fare evasion. Former NYPD Chief of Detectives Robert Boyce disagrees, especially for repeat offenders.
Really, you have to go make those arrests. Otherwise, you have chaos in the street.
100%. And that's why we've got people wandering around inside of our stores with over 100 arrests. Look at this. There's a guy in New York running around with 150 arrests who loves candles from Target. Shaquan Seth has been arrested nearly 150 times but remains free without bail thanks to lax state laws. Those laws mean no stores are gonna survive. And the second these free grocery stores open up, these individuals are gonna go there and clean them out.
Yep.
Why? Because there are no consequences for criminality in this city. And now the activists, they want even less consequences somehow, if that was even possible.
Criminal justice advocates with Court Watch NYC monitored 360 arraignments over 4 days and claimed that more than half were for misdemeanor offenses. The NYPD has cut misdemeanor arrests by 50%, down to a rate that has remained unchanged since 2018.
Wow, shoplifting's already a misdemeanor. They're already cutting the arrests, but there's too many people getting arrested for these activists. But what exactly is a crime of necessity in a country that will feed you and clothe you for free?
What exactly is a crime of necessity?
The amendments make it clear that this policy only applies to low-level theft crimes, no felonies, and codifies case law.
Wow.
And while we have diversion programs for mental health, we do not have the same for crimes of necessity led by poverty.
Well, basically, the Democrats
There's no crime of necessity. These people just steal because they can.
say that if you're poor, that forces you to go out and rob a store. Now, let me be very clear. No one is robbing stores for food, bread, eggs, milk, or butter. They're stealing Nikes and PlayStations. Let's be very clear about what crimes and what criminals they're trying to protect with these diversion programs.
Go to any store in New York. Go to Home Depot. Why are all the tools locked up? Are people trying to steal them so they can go out and get a job? Or are they stealing those things so they can just resell them on the street in front of the Home Depot for less? Nobody's stealing energy drinks because they're hungry. Like this guy right here, he's unloading a fridge at a 7-Eleven of all the energy drinks. Why, is he gonna feed himself? Is he gonna feed his kids with energy drinks in the middle of the night? No, like these are not crimes of necessity. These are people who are taking something that doesn't belong to them and they're selling it somewhere else for less money because this is their job, to transform
People who are struggling to get by. So I would say
This dumb fat bitch.
Really?
that the true crime is that there is such incredible
here it
wealth
is.
disparity in this city.
for
People are
energy
psychotic.
drinks and for DeWalt tools at Home Depot and for PlayStations. And there it is.
Because of HR1, the big beautiful bill,
There it is.
people will be going hungry,
They
which
hate
is
Trump.
not true. The big beautiful bill is all about cracking down on fraud and protecting taxpayer money. People who need help will continue to get help. But they said Donald Trump's going to cause a crime wave, and so we need to make sure when people do commit crimes because of necessity, because they're poor, that they not be put in jail.
So there it is. These people hate Trump. They hate the fact that there's inequality. They want criminal rules for details.
Example here in New York City, we've lost 50% of our drugstores. There's not a Rite Aid left in New York City because of the rampant theft and stealing. Now you've got this woman saying that it should be okay and that we shouldn't prosecute
They
it.
don't
All your
care.
thoughts.
They already don't prosecute it.
Well, it's really quite jarring. I mean, the CVS in Times Square, I believe, loses up to about 70% of its product due to theft.
Wow.
This is a fundamental problem. I served with Emily. She's a lunatic. You know, when I was in the state assembly, she was pushing all of this nonsense. This idea that it should be decriminalized is absurd.
Yeah.
And the other thing, you know, the video.
Look, if you have criminals on the street with 150 arrests who aren't in jail, this is already decriminalized. I'm sorry. How many arrests does this guy need to have before there's a consequence? Does he need to have 300 arrests? 400 arrests? Like, at what point do we going to take somebody and put them in jail when they do something that ruins the society around them? That's what jails are for. You're supposed to take people that destroy the place where you live and get them away from that place and put them somewhere else where they can't do it anymore. But we don't want to do that in New York. And what's really going on here is these communist revolutions, what have they involved? Well, if you look back 100 years ago, these revolutions in the 1920s, they involved groups marauding the streets, doing whatever they want, destroying everything. Armies of foot soldiers all over the place. Brown shirts, Bolsheviks, you name it. Well, today, in 2026 America, we don't have armies of revolutionaries marching the streets. We've just got armies of criminals doing the exact same thing. They're the foot soldiers of these communists. The communists think that, yeah, let's just let all the crime happen. It's going to destroy all the businesses. It's going to get rid of our enemies who we don't agree with. Those are the landlords. Those are the business owners. Those are the people that are earning a living and obeying the law. We don't like those people anyways. So who cares if these mobs go out there and get rid of them? That's the purpose that these shoplifters serve, and these New York
Buildings property where neighbors say a majority senior citizens live. This all linked to what's being considered a teen takeover in Inwood. City officials say they've been made aware that another one is planned for this Sunday.
Dude, if this shit happened in like Texas or Florida, they'd just get shot. Like, that's... all these problems could be solved if he could just shoot jackasses. Yeah, New York sucks, dude. I don't think I'm ever gonna fucking visit there. What a shithole.
Like 10 to 15. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 5.
So good. You know, it's like Arnold said, it's like it might be a 20 kilograms press.
It's a lot of fucking plates, dude. James Hollingsted has one of the craziest squats I've ever fucking seen.
Yeah.
8, 9, 10, more. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, yes. 17. Because they sell themselves short.
Those hip press machines are also really cool. I want to get one of those.
Rolling. Legs done, legs done. Obviously not loads.
Guide rods are not as leg press and hack squat ever. Okay, the piece of equipment that is most anticipated for this year is a hack squat / leg press from Temple of Gains called the QuadSend. I have one on the way. I plan to review it very soon after I get it, but I want to create the benchmark for when that comes in by reviewing these. These are the Gymleco leg press and hack lift. The reason that I like them beyond their aesthetics is the fact that they're so slim, so well made, and so
Yeah, these actually look sick.
Smooth. I'm
Dude, they have such a small footprint.
Surprised I don't see more people talk about these. Okay, let me start with the hack lift.
I hate how they're like request a quote. They won't even tell you the fucking price. $3,800 to $4,500 USD, depending on shipping, customs, blah blah blah. It's about what you'd expect. Brand new retail US eBay distribution. Brand new 3,008. Yeah. Imported direct shipping. Imports from Sweden. 4,500 USD. And it's about what you'd expect. Yeah, just the footprint is so fucking small. It's like perfect for a home gym.
A lot of you are probably asking, Coop, you're not in a garage gym anymore. How could you call yourself Garage Gym Reviews? Well, folks, I have a secret in this basement that I plan to show you in a little bit. Future video, but it's still a garage. Let me just say that. What you should buy is not individual units that do one thing. You should buy versatile gym equipment, things like combo units. I like being able to use things for multiple purposes. It's the very thing that commercial gyms hate, but it's the very thing that home gym owners should love because they save space. But the way that these are made allows them to take up not really any more space than the well-loved combo hack squat lifter. Now let me just show you the hack lift. To start the movement, you press up. These handles then can come in. These are what you hold or brace against. I know a lot of people when they do hacks, they like to hold here. Just squat. Now, what's allowing this to feel so good and be so smooth is something that is unique to this machine, but is also something that's replicated or used in a similar fashion as the Rogue Rhino belt squat. Well, folks, this is the hack squat undercarriage. Yes, I just said that. The undercarriage is where you can see what is allowing for the smoothness. Rather than using guide rods like you see on a majority of leg presses and hack squats, this is instead using rollers, and you can see them right here. It also has rollers on the side, rubber or urethane. They're a very high quality roller. When you have this big column right here, which unsurprisingly is pretty much the exact same size as the Rogue Rhino.
You're welcome. Yeah. All right, thank you for that.
Except this bad boy is stainless steel. Now the footprints you can see on these is just wildly slim. This is about as close together as you would want them so you can still put plates on. Honestly, if you got them closer than this, it would be too uncomfortable. I mean, it's a little uncomfortable now changing plates, but I'm fine with a little bit uncomfortable so I can pack more machines in. See? In a commercial gym, you want more space, but in a home gym, who cares? Let me get a tape measure, I'll show you. I have the tape measure, which by the way, my blue collar friend itself say the platform may not take up a ton of space, but what happens is you have the full machine frame and then they put the posts on, and the posts then go off to the side, and because it's a heavy movement where people like to use a lot of weight, they make them long. This is one of the unique parts of the Gymleco hack lift and leg press. If you look right here, you can see the actual weight horn sticks out no farther than the frame foot. Now, there's the hack lift, and then here is the leg press. They're actually using the same degrees of 45 degrees, but they are using a little bit different roller mechanisms for each. For instance, the one on the leg press actually uses this big guy right here. It's just a big urethane so that it's... Now, there are multiple adjustment points for the leg press. You obviously have the foot plate of the leg press, which I say obvious, but the reality is there are leg presses that don't have it, which is wild. But I guess if you have a perfect angle, you don't really need it. I'm looking at you, Cybex. Well, I was looking at you. You're not even around anymore. But the back pad also adjusts up and down. One other unique feature is it does have a headrest. And this headrest is as bougie as you can get. I mean, look at it. It's fully stainless. Hot. And then I also like these much higher. So to get in, just like any other leg press, you have this nice bar here, which you can hold to get in. They do add like this nice diamond plate stuff on the bottom. The reason for that is if you want to use it for calf raises. My one problem with that, using that for calf raises, is it's pretty slick. So I don't love that feature. Same thing with the foot plate though. This rubber here, it's gotta go. It's not good. It's just a really thin piece of rubber flooring. Feet a little bit lower, and then as I come down, basically my heels lift off. If you've never tried it, it feels amazing on the quads. But I'm able to lock in here. There are handles on the bottom, so when I'm ready, you can really pull and pull yourself down. So this is how it looks. A very solid feeling. Everything about it. One of the things I was worried, like, hey, do I have to worry about this thing in? Very solid feeling. Ooh. When you hear that sound, you're just like, oh, I'm ready to go. Grab these handles, and then you can go to work. Oh. Now I'm at my full depth using this method right here, and I still have, there's the stopper. It's on the stopper now, but I'm like lifting off. I would not go that deep ordinarily. So I'm able to get, mention the quality, and there are parts of this I'd like to see improved. One, bathroom gym floor. Like it's that thin, it's just not pop pins. These pop pins are all plastic, which means...
Drawing request. Draw the letters in the alphabet. This is a drawing request. A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. And don't say anything afterwards. Okay, ChatVG will draw the alphabet now and then he won't speak afterwards. This will be epic.
Fuck.
Means over time they could get cracked because they're in an environment where there's a bunch of gym equipment, heavy metal, all that sort of stuff. Those should be aluminum. It's not an expensive thing, just replace them. Then the nice grand addition that I'd like to see added to this head pad here is nice. I like how it's there. It gives me something to push my head against. I'd like it to stay, but I would also like yoke pads. For whatever reason, leg presses stopped doing yoke pads. Some of the best leg presses of all time, I'm thinking of the Med-X Avenger for me too, but it would be nice to have an option, is instead of these rubber handles, which mine in some places combo unit, because I like having the separate units, but I would love one just as slim that also was a leg press and hack squat in one. Using the stainless steel rail that they have on these machines, it just makes so much sense and is so smooth. So most home gym owners, should you get them? No, it makes no sense. They're too expensive, and you could get away with just belt squats and movements like that. But if you want machines and you want leg machines, these two are just incredibly impressive. And what I'm hoping is this inspires other companies to think outside the box with leg press and hack squat combos. One particular, if you'd like to see a review of, is the Temple of Gains.
Yeah, those look sick. I'd like to win the lottery just so I can get a house with like a big ass garage. And I can just have a massive fucking home gym. That'd be dope. More games need to come out, man. There's some good shit coming out, but I gotta wait a little. I don't know if I'm gonna commit to playing Mortal Shell. That looks like it might just be like some Souls aids. Your favorite machine, most hated machine, or which machine in your opinion has the most ego lifters? Probably my most hated gym machine that I've ever used are those shoulder press machines that diverge and converge. So they go out really wide and they converge at the top. Those destroy my shoulders. I fucking hate those. Favorite machine I've used so far, like, it might be a belt squat. That's one of the reasons why I got the belt squat, but belt squats are great, especially the Rogue Rhino. It's extremely versatile. What else? I haven't really used that many machines. Like, I like the leg press. Gives you a really good quad burn. And I think supported T-bar rows are pretty good. Other than that, I'm not a big machine guy, but yeah, my most hated machine of all time are those converging shoulder press machines. I don't know how anybody fucking uses them. They just destroy my shoulders. And leg press, like, more than anything, is the most abused ego lifting piece of equipment. Thanks, Richard Piana. JP, let me see.
Kidnapped the president of Venezuela and his wife, and they have now been in prison for 6 months here, and also stole all of their oil and all of the money from.
Okay, well, don't really have to listen to this dumb white bitch. Thanks, dude. Why do these, like, dumbass, fucking retarded, nasty-ass women with the dumbest tattoos and nose piercings think they know shit about politics? Just fucking ear rape.
There are 1,000,001 different training shoes today from the likes of all sorts of big companies, Nike, New Balance, Adidas. It's another big company. Recommend the most. These are the Zero HFSs. They actually have the HSF 2s now. These I have 3 different colors.
I hate it when YouTube does this.
I wear them all the time. This is actually just a pro tip for you. I noticed that the women's models were often cheaper, and actually some of the colors I like better. This is actually a women's model. The sizing is the exact same. The shape and everything is the exact same. It's just a 1.5 size difference. So I wear a 10 typically in zeros. I bought 11.5 women's. I really like this colorway. I will say, of all the shoes in this bag, the zeros are the ugliest. These are the best.
The supported pull-up machines are good. Like, you know, if you're too weak to do pull-ups, or if you're too tired to do pull-ups, they're a good machine.
Best looking zeros. I actually think the new ones, the 2s, look better, but they just perform extremely. He was wearing. I know I asked him about him. I was like, these are what I'll use. Very cushioned compared to the shoes I usually use.
The most popular piece of gym equipment for lower body in a commercial gym is the leg press. By far, if you go to any commercial gym, people will be using leg presses. Oftentimes, there'll actually be more leg presses than there are squat racks. The reason is you can load up a ton of freaking weight, look really cool for the girls that are over on the dumbbell aisle, and you do get lower body fatigue. I like a leg press. I think they're really great. Now, companies are starting to take a leg press and make them more for home gyms, and that's really what this is. They call these compact leg presses. The question is, do they actually replace a leg press? Are they actually compact? I mean, they look kind of compact, but when it actually comes down to it, are they actually saving that much space? And are they better or superior for home gyms to a leg press? Let's talk about them. This one specifically is the Body Solid Compact Leg Press.
Why do they have to add shitty music?
Part of, but it's no coincidence that they all know each other. So this is that weirdo that raided Dr. Taban's office. Oh, look, he knows Timothy Harith. Wow, that's strange. And this is the most common hand symbol they make, but they are replicating, I don't even want to say what they're replicating, but it means something that is not peace, that's for sure. Sometimes they do it like this. We got Rat Boy doing this. You got Clavicular with C-Dad. C-Dad's doing the same thing. Enzo Health. Oh, that's strange. Why is he making the peace sign too? There's
That's not a peace sign.
Keishimi. Why is he doing that? Why are they all doing that? Oh, look, it's Clavicular doing that. And I just saw
He's really stupid. Do you struggle with social anxiety? No. I am. Either I am low test or my ego is so high. I've entered another state of narcissism, but it's taking a toll on my mind day by day. What others think of me. Stop giving a fuck. Thanks for the donation, dude.
This is something we've seen a lot of questions on.
Come on, what kind of crazy PR stunt is this? Does anyone believe this guy? Posted from his condo, high-rise, pale as a ghost. Like, did he just ever leave his apartment? Has he ever left his apartment in the process of running his business? Where'd he get that farm footage from, dude? They would have had that posted all along for months and months and months, ever since they started.
I've already seen that one.
I don't really like being rude and talking about people's looks, because I should honestly be charging for how little most looks maxers actually understand about facial aesthetics. Zeta is kind of chopped, especially compared to the other looks maxers, and people think he's the #1 Chad. Maybe his PSL is kind of high because they like his features, but his lower third definitely needs jaw surgery, so that's for sure. His IPD isn't that great, and overall, he just lacks appeal.
Larry Wheels just tore his bicep on the Vitaly fight.
The real simple answer to Zeta's
So he tore it while fighting Vitaly?
Facial aesthetics is he really just lacks appeal, and no girls would really find him attractive.
These are fucking boring. That's funny. He's officially a lol cow. Thanks, JP.
There are many other companies that have these too. I'm going to talk more like a hack squat. And honestly, I think neither of those names really work because it's actually kind of a third category. And that's what PowerTech calls it. They call it a leg sled. So I actually think it's a better name, leg sled. Don't think of it exactly like a leg press, even though they call it a compact leg press, although I think you could replace it. I'm getting into semantics here, but the reality is it's a little bit different than a leg press. Part of that is because of the way that you actually use it. So I'll just show you the way that you use it. Think about a leg press. Typically, you would actually be down here laying, and then your sled would be up here. The carriage would move, but you wouldn't be on the carriage. A hack squat would actually be in this way, but the difference is you'd be laying flat, you would have yoke pads and be using it that way. So the way that you do this, you get your stance however you'd like. This back pad is adjustable. You then off lift. There is a lever. The lever you don't actually have to use or touch when you're lifting off. There's positives and negatives to that. I'll talk about the negatives here in a moment, but you just lift off, it unlocks, and then you can squat. One thing to think through though, because a lot of you are parents like me, I would not leave weight on this, and I also wouldn't leave it in the up position. Maybe your kids don't get on your gym equipment. So in my household, if I was going to has a benefit to the fact that you don't have to use your hand when you're using it, has the negative too. The user that's on it, so if you weigh 200 pounds, that's 800 pounds max weight. When you compare that to many other companies, that's actually more than a lot of other companies have for the compact leg press. For some of you that will matter, some won't. I say some of you that will matter. Part of that is because this is somewhat of a plate eater. It doesn't take quite as many plates as something like a Cybex squat press. Rest in peace. But it does take quite a bit of plates if you want a heavy stimulus. It's not like some of you that go into a commercial gym and you see like these guys just absolutely loaded up with a ton of weight. If you're actually controlling the weight, going to full depth, everything like that, you're gonna be fine. But for some of you, the compactness of the machine, also with the fact that you do have to have quite a bit of weight due to the angle of the machine, does add up to maybe problems for some budget home gym owners that have maybe wider plates. So if you're somebody that all you have is say high temp plates, you have 12 inches of weight horns on either side. So you may very quickly run up against having a max amount of weight. Most is this, an example is the Atlantis Hack Squat Pro. It does a hack squat, but then has a pad that pops out and then does something somewhat similar to this. So it is like a viable movement. It's just, if you're wanting one machine and that one machine is a leg press and you have the space and money for it. So in order to hit proper depth, you really want to adjust the back pad up further. Work with, why not add a wider foot plate? One thing about this is it's a compact leg press. There's a lot of people where this would actually be a better option for calf raise. Widens this, and it would be nice. They have the room. Make it a little bit deeper, give a little bit more depth. This thing could actually be really good if they keep it at a similar price. Just right now, compared to the options that are out there, in my opinion, this is not one that I'd probably recommend when there's so many others that I think are better. One I want to try is actually the Force USA. If you look at it, they have a similar like functionality, does have an adjustable foot plate.
Bro, can you do something? You get paid to play video games all day. Play something. Sitting there like a bloated Italian tired off a gear cycle. Now I am pissed 12 hours construction, this is my entertainment. You got soft hands.
No, we don't have soft hands. Thanks for the donation though, dude. They just released that Bob update for Tekken. Apparently he's not broken, he's just like a mid character. I could definitely get into body cam if they allowed for loadouts, and I think another problem is there just needs to be more players. Hopefully after that 0.8 update soon, it increases the player base. But it's just like absolutely fucked loading into the game each time and then having a completely different fucking weapon. Like actually retarded. I genuinely do not fucking understand why they made the game like that. This looks somewhat interesting. Yeah. My lips are really fucked up right now. I don't know why.
Well, I got stuck.
Looks stupid. Dude, Gears of War has to fucking come out. That's coming out in October, right? We've really got to get Gears of War. Gotta try to beat Battletoads before then. Dude, fuck me, Battletoads is just fucking AIDS. I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Probably just play Battletoads. Red Dead Redemption 2 sucked. Everything about it was shit. Ugh. Oh, wait. Let me buy Dying Light the Beast for you. Send as a Steam gift. It's awesome. Game for the streams, and if it's ass, you can uninstall. Sure, I'm up for it. We can do that, I guess. Yeah, I'm Mr. Horse on Steam. But yeah, I'd appreciate that, dude. I'll try it out if it's for free. Thanks, dude. Alright, I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. I just took a nice shit. That was great. My tummy was full, and now my tummy is empty. That was a good, satisfying shit. Good shit indeed. Did they make a remake of Most Wanted?
Peggy 7.
When was... Yeah, is this literally a Most Wanted remake that I never heard of? Weird. Look at that later. Yeah, I've had to shit mid-workout before. Doesn't happen often, but I've had to do it. I like timing my shit so I shit before I work out. Having a nice big fat shit right before you work out is just the best. Just makes you ready, you know? Sent friend request, need to send gift. That has to be you, right? What the fuck? Is this in order? Why doesn't it tell you the time? That had to have been you, right? What's the appeal of Battletoads? It's just really hard. So if you're into self-harm, you'd like Battletoads. Mark Carnussi? Who the fuck just, I don't have any... Is that unrelated to the question I asked? I remember I went to athletics as a kid and we did core and I farted so much girls laughed at me. Yeah, that happens. Stalker 2 kind of looks cool, but it also looks kind of stupid. Yeah, baby steps is kind of funny. It's also rage-inducing, though. Hey, thanks, dude. Appreciate that. Thanks a lot, man. Oh. Oh. I think I might need a new relay switch for my Ural. Some weird fucked up electrical problem. I actually just got a new internet plan. I think it's $68 a month, and it's gigabit and a half download and a gigabit upload. It's just that I'm locked into the contract for 2 years, and they'd give me a huge fee if I canceled early. For the boy, you wanted a game, you mutts, you got it, let's go. Well, thank you, dude. I'm actually getting a little bit over gigabit and a half. It's 1.7. We tested the speed. That's pretty good. Close to 2 gigabits. Did you see that more than 30K women donated and raised $2 million for the mother who killed her 2 children? Fucking retarded, dude. Imagine raising $2 million for killing your own kids. Like, oh my god. That money could have gone to cancer research, but no, give it to a woman who killed her kids. Fucking society. I like how that woman who called that stupid Somalian kid the N-word raised like 800K. That was funny. Might play this with a controller. Not sure if I'm going to get a PS5 for Wolverine. I'm not sure how good the game's going to be yet, so might hold off. If it's a really, really good game, I'll get it. If it's mid, I don't think I'll bother.
Hi everyone, update 1.6 is live and this one is very special.
The biggest addition is the Restored Land mode, a highly challenging solo experience that introduces new ways to play Dying Light the Beast.
In Restored Land, your actions have permanent consequences. If you kill zombies, they stay dead, so for the first time you can permanently restore the whole map.
But beware, loot is permanent too, putting your resource management to the test. And if you want the ultimate challenge, activate the One Life switch, where you must complete the whole game without dying.
Playing the Restored Land not only gives you a set of new cool rewards, but also changes the world around you. You will see Casterwoods coming back to life and survivors taking back the areas restored by you.
On top of that, the new update also brings a set of roadkill card challenges, along with new finishers, achievements, and narrative encounters.
We hope you enjoyed these new additions, so jump in right away. And remember, it's your survival,
your rules.
Thank you for being with us.
Why did they do the fucking thing like this? This is so annoying. No idea why the field of view is so low. That's fucking insane. Is that the only graphics options? What the fuck? That's really weird. Oh.
My name is Kyle Crane, and I'm dying. How the hell did I get here? In 2014, a virus was devastating the city of Haran in Turkey, turning people into undead monsters. Wanting to help, I joined an organization called the GRE that claimed they could stop the spread and save the world. They lied. 99% of the global population was wiped out. Those left fought to survive every day, but infected known as volatiles owned the night. They were fast, relentless, and damn near impossible to kill. Miraculously, some of us discovered we had a form of immunity to the virus, but our fate was worse than the infected. We were hunted, captured, and subjected to brutal experiments. I've survived 13 years of this torture. But I can't take any more. I'm at peace with dying. But I swear, if I had the chance to do just one thing, I would kill the bastard who's behind all this.
No, haven't played Arch Raiders. That game sucks.
Stable. Synaptic test on.
Hurry! Help me! Quick! Get him up! Damn, I can't get these cuffs open! Hold on! Okay, you got it! On the ground! Now! You too! Drink him!
Yes? You want him out? It will be dangerous. If he finds out... Yes, I'm in.
Almost there. Extraction complete. Stem cells ready.
Proceed with Subject Alpha. Status report now. Extraction complete, sir. We're just about to administer the serum to Subject Alpha. I'll do that myself. He's delirious. He's running a fever. It's remarkable. His body keeps trying to fight it. Rise and shine, Crane. How are you feeling? Not quite like yourself? Not surprising after what we've put you through. Though I must say, you've proven quite resilient. Too resilient. Stubborn. Rebellious. Which is why I'm writing you off. I found a new test subject, someone very promising. So I won't be needing you anymore. He's already more compliant and obedient than you ever were.
I'm gonna kill you.
After all these years, you still have some fight in you. It would be admirable if it wasn't so pathetic. Let's see what a double dose does to him. It could be lethal. If it kills him, so be it. A noble sacrifice for the greater good.
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Not in this lifetime. Initiate the procedure. Notify me of any developments. Understood, sir. Ready for subject beta.
Now, inject the serum.
Damn it! He's waking up!
Hold him still! Inject him, quickly!
Oh my god, when does the game start?
Wake up. Wake up, damn it.
What the hell?
Oh my god. Crane, do you hear me? You need to grab the radio. The radio. That's it. There.
I've got the radio. Who is this?
My name's Olivia. I'm going to get you out of there. But you need to go. Now, while they're still distracted by that monster that broke free.
Who are you?
Don't worry about that. Just get moving. Go. The doors behind you are blocked, but I found another way.
Can I stand up?
I'm listening.
There's a ventilation duct on the other side of the room, behind the bed.
Why can't I stand up? Oh my god.
The vent will take you to the next room, and from there, to the hallway.
Just gotta keep moving.
Oh my god. Oh, we're still crawling.
Where am I?
The recovery room. The doors. They should be open.
What the hell happened here?
One of the Baron's experiments. A subject got loose and went on a rampage. Just keep moving forward. The room on the left. Go inside.
Oh, okay.
It's a storage room. On the shelf, you'll see some adrenaline. Inject yourself.
Heart's pounding like a motherfucker. What now?
Now, you need to get back to the main corridor.
The doors aren't opening.
Hold on. Try them now. The door on the left. Try squeezing through. Do you see the vent near the floor?
Yes, I do. But how do you see it?
The camera in the corner. Keep moving. Use the ventilation system.
Now where am I?
The main operating theater. The way out is on the other side. Try to avoid the infected. You're still weak. All right, now things are going to get tricky.
Tricky how?
You're going to have to go through the storage hold.
What the what?
It's where they keep the infected they use for research.
There's no other way around.
Sorry.
It's locked.
Hold on. I can't open it. Use the doors behind you. We'll go through Section B. But be careful.
Why? What am I walking into?
Imagine a morgue where everything moves and wants to kill you.
Fuck, great. You use the cameras to see me, right?
Yes.
Was anyone else watching?
Maybe.
And then I guess I better hurry.
You're going to have to fight your way through.
I guess this will have to do.
The door's straight ahead. Take the lift up. There's an evacuation tunnel up there.
Not opening.
I'm working on it. Damn it. Someone must have locked it. Wait. Let me try the emergency override. All right. The elevator is coming. But other doors are opening too.
Come on! Come on! What the?
Unbelievable.
What just happened to me?
The Baron shaped you into something new. The elevator. Get in. Quick.
What the hell is this place?
It's a research facility where the Baron conducts his experiments.
And I was one of the test subjects.
You were the main test subject.
What's going on?
Someone doesn't want you to get away. Time for me to go. I'm sorry. You're on your own now. You need to get out any way you can.
Shit!
Attention. Due to a security breach, lockdown protocols have been initiated.
How do I get up there?
Attention. Due to a security breach, lockdown
Am I stupid or? What does it want me to climb? What does it want me to climb?
Attention. Due to a security breach, lockdown protocols have been initiated. Attention. Security breach. Lockdown protocols have been initiated. Due to a security breach, lockdown protocols have been initiated.
Oh, shit.
Attention. Due to a security breach, lockdown protocols have been initiated.
So far, this is more fun than that piece of shit last Dying Light game that came out.
Finally. Fuck.
Dying Light 2 is unplayable garbage. That was just pure shit.
Hey, are you there? Do you copy?
Did you make it?
I'm outside, if that's what you mean.
Tell me what you see.
Trees, a trail, mountains. Where the hell am I?
Castor Woods, a small town in the Western Alps.
Are you shitting me? Europe?
I'll explain everything. But right now, you need to get to safety. The infected are everywhere.
So where do I go?
Downhill. Follow the trail. When you reach the edge of the forest, you'll see an old monastery. I'll meet you there.
Wait, who are you? Why are you helping me? Hello? Hello? Great.
Crazy.
I need to find another way in. Hey, do you copy? Hello?
Have you reached the monastery?
I'm here.
Okay, good. I'm on my way. In the meantime, try to get the generator up and running.
Generator?
We need to get the power on and secure the building.
What the fuck is this thing? Generator. Okay, one step at a time.
Alright, I forgot I could. Kill all infected. Do I have to go upstairs?
Crane here. Do you copy?
Is the site secure?
Yeah.
I'm almost there. I'll meet you at the top of the tower.
Game's okay so far. You know, can't complain too much.
Crane? Wait, just wait.
Who the hell are
Olivia,
you?
I'm the one who's been talking
What
to
do you want from me?
I want to help you.
What do you want from
I
me?
want you to help me get away from this place.
Were you a prisoner too?
More like slave labor. But I wasn't there as long as you. I can't imagine what you've been through. At least now you're free.
No, not yet. Not until that fucker pays for what he did to me. All the years he took from me, all the agony he put me through.
You want revenge?
Damn right I do!
But you're in no condition to go after him. And even if you could, you can't take him on alone. The Baron controls the entire valley. He has an army.
And I'll kill every fucking one of them if I have to.
All right then. I'll help you get your revenge. And you get me out of this place. But first, you need to get your health back. And I can help you with that. You need meds to rebuild your stamina. Then you'll need equipment, supplies, and allies.
Well, I'm sure that asshole's made plenty of enemies. Let's find them.
Not until you get your strength back. And for that, we need to find GSP.
What's that?
It's a biocatalyst that improves performance. We created it in the lab.
You want me to go back into that lab?
Of course not. We can harvest it from the monsters the Baron created. He was testing some in the wild, including one right near here. Speak of the devil. That Kyle should be a chimera.
But how do we get to... What did you call it?
GSB. Think of it as an energy booster.
And how do we get this booster out of it?
You're going to kill it. Once you do, I'll extract it using a special device that filters it from the blood.
And this is gonna make me stronger?
Boosters circulate in their blood and make them stronger. They should do the same for you.
Should? All right, but one step at a time. First, we'll take it down, and then... we'll see.
Right. Here. This might come in handy.
Fuck, I pressed the wrong button.
Olivia, I took it down.
All right. Now I need to extract the GSP.
What's happening?
Kyle! Look at me! Kyle! Kyle! Come on, come on. Kyle, it's okay. You're safe now.
Oh shit. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm sorry.
You've been out for days. I thought I'd lost you.
What the hell happened?
That last fight.
Cheesy dialogue aside, the gameplay's awesome. Like, these first-person melee combat games, they're really janky. Like, for what it is, it's alright. You know, it's cool seeing the zombies get, like, their brains bashed and stuff, but the combat's... It's just weird. I'm hoping there's more guns in the game. Thanks, though, dude.
Spiked your adrenaline. When it dropped, so did your heart rate. So I had to inject you with GSP.
You what?
You would have died otherwise.
So you just decided
To
to...
save your life. Yes.
Fine. I do feel better.
It boosted your immune system and sped up healing. Every Chimera has a different GSP, so each one will boost you in a different way.
For now, let's just focus on finding allies.
Are you feeling well enough for that?
I'm gonna have to be.
Okay, well, when you're feeling up to it, come talk to me. I put out some clean clothes for you. We have a lot to do.
Okay. I think we'll save things there. It is now late. And I must go sleepy sleep. But thanks for the game, dude. Appreciate it. We'll play that more. It's good enough to, you know, keep playing it. So appreciate the game gift. Tomorrow is chest, shoulders, tricep training day. So we'll do a workout stream in the afternoon. And the usual normal stream later in the day, as always. So I'll see you guys then. Hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Nighty night. See you tomorrow.